Hello, guys. Morning.
Morning, sir.
All
Morning,
right.
sir.
Morning. Everyone have them tea already? No? Yes?
No, sir.
No? Oh, man. Nobody don't have them tea yet? Oh, boy. Maybe I went too far. Maybe I should ask if everyone is awake. But then, you can't be on Zoom if you weren't awake. Actually, yes, that is true. Can be on Zoom and be asleep. Right? All right, well, we're good to go with our class. I have my tea right here. I haven't gotten a chance to sip it yet. I'll do that during the class. If you have yours, it's a good idea. You can do that as well. I know this is an early morning starter. All right, so today is a day of connectivity, right? We're going to be jumping into the major project, right? And we're going to be also setting up our firm, right? Remember, we said that we're going to try to do this thing where we operate very similar to how BIM should work in a firm. So you guys have the hands-on experience. And how that works is that you have, and let me just grab my slideshow here. Actually, I think I have it on this BIM. All right. And I'm going to just share my screen. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. All righty. Oh, okay. Control Alt Shift H. All right, cool. All right, you guys should be able to see my screen okay. And I should be able to hear you. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm reaching for this presentation. There we go. All right, so everybody can see the screen okay? And somebody can
Sir.
say? All right, cool. I see a thumbs up. All right, so now we won't be collaborating just yet. What we're going to be doing is everybody's going to be working on the model on their own for the first couple of weeks, right? And the idea with collaboration is that you can have people in different locations and they all communicate with a central file, right? Now, I'm not going to run through all of this right now because we're going to do this later. But what we want to focus on is that the central file is kind of like a master file that you guys will access. This master file would be stored here on my server. The server is always on, so as long as you have internet, you can access it. but you don't need the internet to continue working. You need the internet whenever you want to upload changes that you have made over the time period that you weren't connected, right? So think of the central file as kind of like a deposit bank. And every time you earn more money, or in this case, you do more work, you deposit that work to the central server, and you keep depositing it and depositing it, right? So that's kind of how is the work, what you call the best practice for when you're working in a firm using a BIM application. You normally store your main model in the servers at the office, and then you can connect to that server, whether you are there at the office or remote, and deposit whatever work you have done to that file. Now, the good news of that is that you end up with multiple backups, because the file that you're depositing to is there on the server, but you also have a local version that you will be using, right? So we're going to set this up, and we're going to take a little time to do that. It's going to be a simple process. It would be about, I think, 3 steps. Firstly, does everyone has Revit 2024? Show by the thumbs up that you do. All right. All right. Well, I want to everybody else. Buchanan, what's happening to your Revit?
Sure, the versions matter because my system have 2024.3 and I think you have like 2024.2.
I don't think it matters. It will matter later on when we work collaboratively. So, I mean, the recommendation is that we be on exactly the same version, but for right now, we're going to be working independently. So at least I just want to make sure we all have 2024 and we don't have like 2025, and then it's a problem when you all group up and one person has 25, so everybody has to now get 25. You know what I mean? All right, so step 1, let's see if we can get through this. Step 1 is I need you, in order to connect to the server, you're going to need to install So step 1 is going to be install 0 tier from there. Now I'll also, this link is on the board, but I will also oops, did I edit that link by mistake? All right, now 0 tier is it's a program that allows you to securely connect to another secured location. So in this case, the secured location is going to be my NAS, basically my server. And in order to access it, you need this software and credentials. So you're going to install this, whether you have Mac or well, actually, no, you have to have PC because we're using Revit. So we're only talking about PC here. So just jump here and let me see if I can put the direct link. Copy link address so that you don't even have to search around on the website. Yeah, this link should work. Let me see if I click it. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, so I'm going to paste this in the chat. All right, when you reach there, it should, well, actually, you don't have to go to the Zero Tier website. This is the website for Zero Tier. And for those of you who are probably interested in managing a BIM team, this is going to be like, this is an interesting tool you can use. It's totally free, right? But we're not going to go into the technicalities of it. All we need to do is to download the Windows version. All right, step 2. How much people do we have here? We have 29. Now I have on my current subscription of Zero Tier allows 25 people per server. So at some point, but I have more than one server. So we'll cross that bridge whenever we get there. All right, so step 2 is, take a screenshot here. So you should, okay, let me put this as part of step 1 and put a little arrow here and say, you should see Zero Tier running in the system tray. So this is what the icon looks like. All right, everybody following so far? Anybody just came in and wondering what in the world we are doing? Anybody not following?
Yes, sir. Me, not sure what's your
right. So what we're doing, we're setting up the connectivity between your Revit file and the server. And what we're doing, we're mimicking the best practice in a work environment where when you're working on a project, on a BIM project, you would need to connect to a server in the workplace. So when you connect to this server, we're going to use it to do assignment 1, which is going to be where you will work on your own project. But also, especially for part 2, when it's going to be collaborative, you're going to have multiple people join in on one project. And this is the same method that we're going to use for that. So we're just setting it up at the beginning of the module. All right. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. So step 2, it's in red. It's in orange. Yeah. There we go. Let's make it bold. All right, cool. And let me separate this here. Good. So for step 2, when you have Zero Tier running, hopefully there's no challenges with this part so far.
Yes, Mr. You want us to run the program?
Second, I'm just getting a screenshot for you guys. cross this stuff out. This is the one we're going to join. Yeah. All right. There we go. All right, so for step 2, you're going to join the network. Now, when zero tier is running on your computer, you should see, when you click it, you should see a menu like this come up. What we're going to do, we're going to join this network here.
Sir.
Right. So I have this one for tutoring. I have more than one of them.
Sir.
But we haven't maxed out this one yet, so we'll use this one. So in order to do that, you're going to need to type in. I'm going to make it easy for you. There we go. All right. So you are going to click join a new network, which is here. So you're going to choose join new network and enter network address, and the network address is, there we go. I'm going to put it for you so you can easily copy and paste it. Let me take it, let me stick it in here. There we go. So that's the network address, and that will get you connected to the network. Yes, Thompson. And who was first? Okay, Thompson, go ahead. Oh, hold on.
Sir, I was saying that it's not running for me. The program's not working.
Hold on a second, Tom. Yeah, go ahead, Thompson.
Sir, Kimali was saying it wasn't running for her and it's not running for me either.
Oh, you mean when you download it?
Yeah, when I click on it, nothing happens. It doesn't open or anything.
Yeah, it shouldn't open. What should happen is that when you go down on your start menu, you should see this symbol running down. It's not a program that pops up like Word or... sorry. Yeah. It's not a program that runs like Word or PowerPoint.
Sir, your music is a little loud.
Yeah, man, I muted it. I turned it. Are you still hearing it?
It's lower.
Okay, right. Okay, hold on. Let me put this on the outside so that people can connect. There we go. There it is out there. So you don't have to copy it in here. It's over here, guys. It's over here. Right. So it's not a program that runs and opens like Word or whatever. Nothing will happen. But when you go to beside your Windows clock, you should see this symbol. Can you confirm if you see that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm not seeing mine.
Even though you install it?
Yes, sir.
Like, Okay.
So after you install it, did you run it?
Sir, that's the thing. I'm
So
trying
I
to
think
click
what they
on it.
can do is click on that arrow up button.
Yeah.
That's there, and you should see it.
All right. Yeah. Maybe you have a lot of applications running, like myself. So, for example, let me put this on the screen. You know, you might have other applications running, and everything can't fit in that little space. So it's probably up here. Oh, Johnson. Oh, thank you for putting it back, Johnson. Kimberly, you are clicking the thing. So you have your mouse selecting the, how do you put it? Title bar in Mirrorboard. All right. Now on my side, for those of you who like these technology things, on my side, this is what I see. Let me refresh this. And these are you guys that are currently signing into that are being connected to the server, right? So Monster Elite, that's my computer. And then these are different persons here. I don't see your name. I only see a number, which indicates that somebody is trying to connect. And you see this little X here, which means that I have to now go through and allow you guys to connect, right? So this is the list that tells me that you are connected to my network, right? And this is how you will get access to the BIM file and how you can work remotely with other persons when we come to that. But for now, we're going to be working by ourselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click these names here. And I'm just going to go to authorize. And I think I need to refresh. Yep, there you go. So a new person's just joined. So let me authorize. All right, so I have 20 of 25. So that means that, so as I say, I have a limit of 25 per network, but I have 2 networks. So this is Tutor Network 1. So even if the rest of you, I see 33 students here. So the rest of you can join the other one. As soon as we hit the limit, then I will put up the other one. Let's see. Oh crap. Okay, so we're reaching the limit already. So anybody who is joining the network now, I am going to Kimberly, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Can you release the page, please? You're holding the page, so I can't edit it. So you just need to click somewhere else, Kimberly, on the mirror board. Thank you. All right, so what I'm gonna do now, guys, is you now have to join the next network, right? So because we're pretty much filled with the first one. So the next one is, let me paste it. Give me a second. So guys, don't join this network. Give me a sec. Let me put up the other one. Where's your two? Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, network 2. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna put another arrow here. I'm gonna say each network is limited to 25 people. So please use other network to join. And that is Siobhan, you are holding my my thing. You hear Siobhan?
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go. Thanks. No, all right. So you need to release my icon there with your mouse. Just click somewhere else. All right, network 2 is up. Here we go. So everyone from now on, if you haven't joined yet, please join using network 2, right? Which is this guy there. I'm gonna make some other copies in case you all all right. So if I look back at my interface, oh, this is network 2. I haven't seen anybody yet. Wait a minute. Did they limit? What? Oh, those bastards, they limited me per device. I have 3 networks. Oh, I only have 25 devices with my thing. Oh, I thought they would give me more devices. I guess not. All right, that's no problem. I'll just get some more devices. All right, guys. So, yeah. Okay, so guess what? We're only using network 1. That's fine. I'm going to have to get some more seats. So only use network 1. We don't need to go to 2 because they don't limit me based on network. They limit me based on devices. And it doesn't matter what network I'm in. I have 23 devices connected. So I'm going to have to get some more seats, which I can in a couple minutes. So, all right. Now, the last part of this. So we're only using network 1. So let me delete that, guys. It's okay. All right. So for those of you that are connected, all right, now comes the part where you get access to your
sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is since we're only using network 1, is it that we can try joining now or wait until you get the seats and you tell us?
I don't know. Try joining and see if it, just to get it out of the way.
All right.
And then I will increase the seats. Yeah. All right, now it's time to get access to your folders to which you're going to be using in Revit, right? So let's go to step 3. Can't move this way. Oh, because Somebody's clicking on this. Okay, all right. There we go. Thank you. Now I can move it. All right, lovely. Push this up some more. All right, so step 3 is that I'm gonna send you your access link. And the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna send it to you via a message in Zoom. Now, I want you to always, we're using Zoom chat for this module, right? And the idea is that I want you to be able to save all of the messages from this module. So if you ever need to find back your access, you can just look into your Zoom chat, and that's how you can get it. Now, did everybody get an invite to Zoom chat? Anybody?
No, sir, I don't remember getting one.
Okay. All right, we'll do that later today. All right, no problem. All right. Now, I went through on the list and got, oh, so wait, what I want you to do, those who already signed up, just send me your ID number real quick. Just message it to me directly. Yeah, cool. Right, we're not using that one. We're only using that one. Step 3. All right, let me make sure that this works. Okay, so who was it? Chinesco Thompson. I'm
Yes,
going
sir.
to, right, I'm going to message you. That is your connection. And I want to see if it works. So I'm sending you first just to make sure that it works with you. Because of course, all this works fine when I tested here a couple weeks ago, but this is the true test. So all you have to do, that address that I sent to you, to test to see if it works, I want you to just go to like your regular, come on thing. Right, just go to your regular Windows Explorer, like, you know, like you click on File Explorer rather, and up here, just paste it up here.
Okay.
Yeah, just paste it up there like that. And it should pop up with username and password. Let's see if it works. By the way, guys, you only have to do this once. You don't have to do it every class, for sure. What's the username again? I forgot. It's CSA student. Oh Lord, did I forget the username? Did it pop up, Thompson?
Sir, like, is a file supposed to pop up?
A folder?
No,
No, it's supposed to maybe ask you for username and password. Did it?
no.
There's nothing?
No items match your search.
Oh no, it's not in search. You're going to put it. Oh, hold on. Actually, you're using Windows 10 or 11 rather?
Yes.
Yeah, you should be able to. Let me try it. Yeah. Put it in with, just press the Windows key and put it in your search. No luck? Password. What did I forget? Password.
Okay, no problem.
Say
It
again?
says Windows cannot access. Oh, maybe.
It says you don't have authorization for this, whatever.
Yeah, it says Windows cannot access.
Tell me what it said. Windows cannot access.
Yes.
And it didn't ask you for a username or password?
No.
Okay. Hold on. All right, hold on a second. Just let me change something on my end.
Oh.
All right, go ahead and try it again.
Okay.
Work for me. Paste it up here, or paste it in start. And yeah, it should connect you. Of course, it's going to work for me. Duh.
Sir, to be sure, I'm supposed to paste this in my file explorer and not internet.
Well, actually, paste in Internet Explorer as well. It should be the same thing. See what it tells you.
Okay, I'm gonna try my files.
You should get something like this.
What?
You can just use Chrome and just paste it at the top of Chrome.
Let me use Chrome.
Yeah, and you should get this. By the way, we normally do these things at the end, but this time we're switching it around. We're doing it at the beginning, so we don't have to do it at the end. So, right.
Sir.
Yeah?
Where are we getting that link?
Oh, I'm sending it to you, but I was just testing it with, let me try it with just another person to just make sure that it works. So who else sent me their thing? Mohammed.
So,
all right, cool. I'm going to send you your link now.
Sir.
And I want you to tell me if you connect. Okay?
Sir, I feel like this is just fighting against me because
No luck for you?
no luck for me.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, if it doesn't work, we can revisit it again next class and we just move ahead. I'm going to try to give Mohammed his link and see. Yeah. Which one is your here? Oh, your
Sir, this is not working for me at all.
All right, no worries. Mohammed, try the link I sent you and tell me if it works. And then we will continue. We can always continue the setup process in another class. But at least the main thing is that have everybody join the server. You see that link, Mohammed?
Yeah.
Right. You can pretty much paste that anywhere. Let's paste it in Chrome for now. And tell me if you get anything. By the way, we used to do this locally in the lab pre-COVID, right? But of course, you had to use the computers in the lab. And then after COVID, obviously we couldn't do that anymore. So then we had to come up with other ways that we can learn how to work collaboratively in Revit. So. Any luck, Mohammed?
Nope. I tell them at the page on phone.
Okay. All right. Well, we will revisit this again in the next class. Maybe later when we take a break. But for now, we're gonna jump into Revit. We'll come back to the connectivity after, because I want us to figure out this stuff before we start the collaboration project. I don't want to wait until that, because every time we wait till there's all sort of complications. So we will figure out why by the time we're ready to use it. All right, for now, I hope everybody has Revit ready. Now we're gonna start. I want you guys to fire up Revit, by the way. All right, so let's start the program. And as I said, just complete these steps for now, guys. Just join the server, and we will continue the part that says connect. Well, let me change this to connect to the server.
I'm sorry?
Yeah?
How is it that will confirm if we join the server, if we've been connected to the server?
Well, the ultimate confirmation is that you can connect with your link, but I am sure, remember I showed you this earlier. Where is it? Right, here we go. Remember I showed you this earlier? So this shows me a listing of all the persons. It doesn't show me the name, but it does shows me like your ID. Right? So see, this connected 1 minute ago. Connected 1 minute ago.
Oh, sir, I see mine at the top, but
guess what? I just
saying not connected.
Yeah. But thank you for asking me this, because I just figured out why Thompson wasn't connecting. I didn't authorize you, Thompson. Duh. I mean, I authorized some people, but probably I didn't authorize yours. So that's why you weren't connected. I was wondering because, anyway, as I said, guys, we're going to come back to this whole connectivity thing a little later. After I authorize everybody, I'll get some more seats as well. And then we shall try to reconnect, right? But for now, we're gonna jump into Revit. I call it real Revit because you have used Revit already, but we are gonna explore some new avenues of Revit. Now, let me bring up my thing here. I'm just navigating through a sea of tabs. Hang on a sec. Okay. All right. Here we go. Oops, what did I do? Okay, can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we should be pretty familiar with this. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You're not going to hear this. Crap. I need to play it in Firefox.
We were hearing it.
Right.
Hold on, you were hearing it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. Let's continue.
We are an architecture, engineering, and construction company. Since 1965, we have created over 100 million of square feet through the execution of 10,000 plus projects. In this video, we would like to talk about the phases that are involved in architecture design and construction. There are typically 5 phases involved in the new development. These 5 phases are 1. Pre-design, 2. Schematic design, 3. Design development, 4. Construction documents, 5. Construction. Phase number 1. Pre-design, PD. The first objective is to get together with the client and determine overall project vision and goals. There are some key areas to discuss about the project: scope, features, purpose, and functionality. This phase ends with owner's decision to move forward with the project. Phase number 2, schematic design, SD. In this phase, we do series of rough sketches, drawings, that illustrate the basic concepts of the design. Also, initial research of local compliance and regulations are completed at this time. And we move to the next phase with the owner's approval. Phase number 3, design development, DD. Design development collects the results from the schematic design phase and takes them one step further. This phase involves finalizing the design and specifying items such as materials, window and door locations, and general structural details. And now we have given shape to project's vision through drawings and written specifications. Phase number 4, construction drawings, CD. By now, we have final design and will begin preparing construction drawings, blueprints, notes, and technical specifications necessary for bidding, construction, and permit application. Construction contractors will use these detailed drawings and specifications to prepare for the construction. And we move to the final phase. Phase number 5, construction. Finally, construction is underway. During this phase, we will build as per the design intent. Also, if there are any changes, we will discuss changes and options with the owner and ensure that alterations are compatible with owner's vision for the project. This is the last phase, and at the end of this phase, closeout and warranty documents are handed over to the owner and project is ready for the use occupancy.
All right, cool. So that was a quick kind of an overview of the different phases. Now, you guys will probably do this a little bit more in your, no, you did this already in office practice. Am I correct? You did the construction phases?
Not yet, sir. I think that's what.
All right, exactly. That's fourth year, right? Now, this is generally the different phases, and what we want to talk about is how BIM connects you through all of these. Particularly, we're going to be focused on schematic and design, kind of these three right here. Now, oops. Now, in Revit, there we go, right. So in Revit, we have the pre-design. We also call this concept design. You know, the interesting thing about architecture school, I'm going to go back to this slide. Architecture school gives you about 10% of each of these, just to give you an idea of how much you will learn in the 4 years that you dedicate yourself to architecture school. And when you come back to masters, you will get another 5%. So that means you have an entire, right, 85% of the knowledge that you need in architecture. Where do you get that knowledge? Who can tell me?
The working world.
Exactly. So I just want to paint that picture for you, right? It's not as if you come from architecture school and, all right, I can put up a building. I mean, apart from all the license and stuff, I'm just talking about just the knowledge to do the overall process. I am still learning as well. And guess what, guys? That 80% that you have to learn, 85, is divided into different types of building. So for example, you could end up being a seasoned architectural professional with maybe 20 years experience, but all you've worked on is maybe multifamily and residences. If somebody comes to you with a hospital, it's like you're starting over again. It's like, okay, hospitals. Somebody comes with you with an airport, okay, airports, because those are different. I mean, they're still buildings, but the way that you approach them are different. So I just want to kind of paint the picture to you that it's kind of like a life career. And in school, we start by learning the tools. Usually it's the tools in undergrad. And then when you go to masters, you tend to learn more about the technology behind the tools. So, for example, you learn more about like when you have to deal with the engineers, and you learn about HVAC and how those are supposed to work in your building. You learn a little bit more about the legalities. But at this level, we're going to be focused on the tools. We're going to be focused on learning that 10%, right? Now, throughout all of the phases, this thing is hiding my thing, right? Throughout all of the phases, while you're in a project, Revit is there with you all the way through to constructions. And nowadays, it's even there in the construction stage as well, in another form. Maybe not in Revit directly, but in other ways to help you monitor the construction. So in architecture school, you kind of do a little bit of all of these drawings. If you think about all of the prior knowledge you have, think about all of the presentations that you've been in, right? You have to do something on your presentation that responds to your concept, right? You know, if your concept is a banana, then chances are you have a picture of a banana on your screen to say, you know, the concept of this building was a banana. Schematic design, you do have to have plans and elevations and those things. design development, and construction drawings. For construction drawings, we do have to have some kind of detailing. Maybe I'm not sure if you do detailing already. I think it's in fourth year that you are required to do a detail. Do you have to do detail in second year? Was that a requirement in your studio? You had to do like a wall detail or a eave detail or a foundation detail?
Yes, sir. We did.
Exactly right. So you get a little taste of construction documents when you have to do that. Most of what you pin up on your sheet in architecture is schematic and design development, right? It's kind of between these two phases because to do a complete set of drawings takes months. Obviously, you don't have months whenever you need to present your design studio. So it's almost like you just give tidbits of these phases. Now, what we want to do in BIM is that I want to show you how Revit can contribute to each one of these phases going all the way through, right? The first thing we're going to learn is conceptual, let's call it conceptual mode, right? So Revit has a tool called Conceptual Mass Editing that you use to visualize the building that you are working on. So everybody here has used SketchUp before, and if you remember back in DDM days, we had to do that exercise where we sketch something in 3D based on, we looked at a sketch, a hand sketch, and then we sketched it in 3D. Revit has that feature built in. And what we're going to be learning is the entire ecosystem of Revit. So you don't need to go into SketchUp to build something to carry it into Revit to draw plans, right? You don't need to go into AutoCAD to draw a detail so that you can put it on your sheet in Revit. Revit has an entire ecosystem that is meant to carry you through all the phases up to construction, literally. And it's just a matter of learning how to use it. So we're going to start at the beginning with concept design. Like, how can you use Revit to do conceptual design? And we're going to use our model here as a specimen in our laboratory, right? And what we're going to do is, this is a pretty cool building. We're going to look at it in just a little bit. But we're going to take this building from a concept and carry it all the way through to drawings, right? Now, this is the kind of workflow that you would do with Revit. You would come up with a concept. So think about when you have your sketchbook and you're sketching around and you're trying to figure out, okay, I think I want to have my entrance look like this, and I want to have, my kitchen here, bedroom here. You're trying to, we call it doodling, or some people call it chicken sketching, because it looks very, scratchy when you're sketching that. And, Revit is trying to say, hey, do your chicken scratching or chicken sketching in Revit. So I don't know. It's up to you if you want to try that out. We are going to try it out here. So you actually use Revit to do all of the initial conceptualization of your design, massing and, not enough information to have full-on floor plans, but enough that you can get the general direction of your design, right? So you create a digital massing model is what Revit wants you to do. Then you turn that massing model into a BIM model. Now, from that BIM model, you produce drawings, right? While you're in the BIM model, you're adding what Revit calls families. And you've come into contact with families already, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper in them. Families are anything from furniture to walls to every single object that you will add in Revit is known as a family pretty much. Also in this BIM model is where you collaborate with other people, right? So imagine if you have a project that you're working on and there are there are two blocks of an apartment, right? And a site plan, right? Your firm could say, all right, it's a team of three, right? Antonio is going to take block A, and Dana is going to take block B, and Gifford is going to take the site. And all of you are working on that model in the same space. So that is what the collaboration is, right? So this is the intended workflow of Revit. Now, there is an interesting thing about Revit that it's very easy to miss. So I'm going to be using, so everybody has their Revit open, right? Now, you guys have been using Revit for like about 2 years by now. So you are familiar with just opening the program and starting to draw. Did you know Revit is actually not one program, but two? What do you say, Madden? Did you know that Revit is actually two programs? Are you here, Madden? No? No? No, Madden? Okay. Alex, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you know Revit is actually two programs? It's not one.
No, I didn't know.
Right. Revit is actually two programs. And when you open the user interface of Revit, you actually see it here. Like, you have models and you have families. And, I don't think Revit does the best job of letting people know this. I mean, normally when we open Revit, we would just go to, new project, new model, and that's it. But there's this thing called families that's here, and it's like a whole nother program kind of stuffed together in one program, right? So Revit has two modes. You have a project modeling mode and a Revit family modeling mode. And to how these things are so different, they have two different file formats. So for example, a Revit file is RVT. So RVT is the extension on a Revit file. So for example, if you go to I will bring up where are you? Where are you? You are here. Right. And let me try and find a Revit file somewhere. Yeah, good. So this is a Revit file, and the extension is RVT, right? So we all know what extensions are, right? From DDM days, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is the extension that we're used to in Revit, RVT, right? However, Revit has a family modeling mode, and that is RFA, right? Now, the idea is that the project modeling environment is for building your project, and the family modeling environment is for building things that go into your project. So, for example, we looked on this. So notice that we have this is when you're in the family editing mode. These are the things that you can create to add into your project. Now, of course, most people jump into Revit and they go into the project modeling environment. But from time to time, we are going to have to go into the family modeling environment as well, especially if we're going to do proper BIM. Now, if we break it down even further, right, we see that, yes, Revit has two modes, but then it even has sub modes, right? So some of you probably wondering, what the heck? So here we have the project modeling environment, and this is what we're used to. We jump in Revit and we draw walls and we put it on levels and blah, blah, blah. The family modeling environment is divided into family modeling environment, conceptual and mass editing environment, and in-place modeling environment. All of these fall under the family modeling environment. And what happens is that, remember, everything here goes inside of your project, right? So that is the idea here. So while you're creating your project from time to time, you will need to edit these items or things that go into your project. Now, clear that. So when you open Revit and you say, oh, I want to start my project, then what industry do you fall under? Usually these are templates. So architecture, mechanical engineering, plumbing, or structural. So these are three different, I would say, types of project modeling environment. Because remember, Revit is not just for architecture. You have engineering firms that use Revit and they have never drawn a window in their life. They have never used the wall tool in their life. They look on the architecture tab and like, what's that? Just like how when we go into Revit, can I hide this? Yes, right. Just like when we go into Revit, there is a structure tab that's right here, right? So, there's a system tabs that's right here. And there's a steel precast. Like, we never visit these areas. This is like for a totally different industry, but we normally stick to architecture and we end up using all the tools in architecture. So there are actually different, Revit is actually, Revit project modeling mode actually has different facets as well. So whenever you go to new project in Revit, new gives you a new project, but right below it, you can also do new family, new conceptual mass, new title block, or new symbol. So for example, a new family would be like a door, a window, or whatever. A new conceptual mass is what we're going to look on today, which is what we spoke about. Like, you can conceptualize something, but you do that you don't do that in the project environment. You do it under a category in the family modeling environment. Things like title blocks, right? Any kind of annotation, labeling, all of that are types of families, right? So if we should go back to this that we look on here, you really see that families are not just chairs and tables. A lot of people think that's all families are. They're just objects that you put into your model. No, families are everything that you put into your model, including annotations, labels, tags. All of that falls under families, right? Okay, so, and all of these are RFA files, right? They're all types of RFA files. So just remember this. So when you go back into Revit, this is like the project modeling environment, and this is like the family modeling environment. Now we are going to go into the family modeling environment in what time is it? Today. Yep, definitely. And the family modeling environment, remember I said we had three different modes. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So in the family modeling environment, the first and most popular one is that this is where we go to add objects in our project. Now, of course, Revit has a lot of built-in families already, so we don't need to necessarily create them, but a lot of times you need to modify them. Maybe that door is too tall, that door is too wide, or you need a different type of door. Or when you go on websites, this is where you would go to download new models. because the ones that come in Revit might not be enough for what you want to use. So in the family modeling environment, this is where you go to create 3D families. That's where you find the furniture and stuff. You also have detail and annotation families as well. So this is where you go to do stuff like your north symbol, for example, your scale that you put on your sheet, right? The graphic scale. Anything that is annotation, it's actually a family, right? Then also, this is where you go to also do your profiles. And we're going to speak about that a little later. Actually, did you use profiles? We used it last. No, we probably didn't use it. Okay. So profiles are, for example, like a cross section. We all know what's a hollow section, right? So imagine that you have a hollow section and you cut it and you look at it in section view. The shape that you get is called a profile, right? So Revit uses profiles to do things like extrusions and things like that. So now the other mode is going to be the
Sorry,
family.
yes, we kind of did touch on profiles when we're doing the extrusions to get the
Yes, thank
feel
you.
ceiling roof joists and so.
All right, good. I was feeling bad for a moment there. Hold on, did I show you guys profiles? All right, the family modeling environment for conceptual mass modeling. This is what we'll be using today. Conceptual mass modeling is primarily used to aid with the design process. The idea is that you come up with a mass and then you turn that mass into like walls and windows and doors and stuff like that, right? And this is what we're going to try out. And the last one is in model in place environment. This one I know you have used because last semester when we were creating the hut, did we have to model anything in place? Maybe it was optional. But this is where this, I would say, this environment, it's kind of interesting. It runs within the project environment, right? So I know that probably sounds confusing, but remember, you have these two environments here. Over here, it's like a new program, guys. Think about it like it's a whole new program. However, this one here, there is that. The main feature of this that's called in-place modeling environment is that it can run inside of the project environment, which is really cool because these other ones here, as I said, it's a program by itself, meaning you either running your project or this. Whereas this one runs inside of the project modeling environment. So that's the whole purpose of this one here, right? Now, I know all this is theory, so we're going to start to check it out now and get our hands dirty, so to speak, get our mouse dirty. So we're not only doing this in theory, right? Now, what we're going to do is we are going to start a project from a template, right? And this is a part that definitely gets ignored with Revit. Now, normally when we open Revit, and if you're using 2024 actually, and you go to new project, it asks you what template you want to use. Now, in 2023, do I need to go to the, no, I don't. Okay, let me open 2023 just to show you. But when you open a new project in Revit, it asks you which template you want to use. And nowadays you will see this, which is Imperial or metric multidiscipline template. And well, if you use Revit from back in the past, you might be wondering, where is architect, engineer? Anybody remember these templates? Anybody? Some people?
Yes, sir.
Right,
Yes,
those
sir.
templates are there, but they're not there any. I mean, they're there, but they're not in this listing, this quick listing here. Now, the idea for that is, why does this thing keep popping up? Hide. Right. Right. I'm back here. Right. Now, oh Lord, what did I press? Oh, I'm in sketch mode. Okay, good. What did I press? Okay. I turned on some thing in Zoom, and I'm not sure what I did turn on. But anyway, we'll continue. Where is my presentation? Oh, it's here. It's over here. Right. Good. Right. So what I was saying is that so Revit has templates for the project modeling environment and also for the family modeling environment. Now, I would say this is ultimately not really where we go to find our templates. This only gives you a quick listing of, I don't know, I kind of call this like a quick list. But if you notice, when you open Revit now and you go to new project, you're not seeing it here. So what you need to do is you actually need to browse. And when you browse, you will see all the different templates that you're used to: residential, structural, precast, mechanical, like all of these, you'll see all of these templates. And notice that this falls under the imperial category, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about that. There's going to be a whole discussion about that. But, you guys know your units. You have imperial and you have metric. So, oh, I guess this is metric. Oh, they don't label it metric. They just say English. Okay, fine. And then this is your metric template here. So this is where you go to find, your regular, like residential and so forth. That's interesting. They don't have. Oh yes, here it is, residential. Cool. Anyway, now if you don't start Revit with a template, it's gonna be bare, and I mean bare. I mean, just don't do that because it makes no sense. There's a lot of things that needs to be set up in Revit by default. Now the family modeling environment also has templates, and this is the part that gets really interesting, right? So if I go back into Revit here, and you can check this out on your Revit. If I want to create a family, and remember what families are, you have conceptual mass, you have 3D objects, so chairs and tables and railings. And so if I go to new, but I go to new family, these are actually templates for whatever you want to create as a family. So for example, if I wanted to create a piece of furniture, a table, right? Then when I go to family, I would choose maybe the furniture template for family. And notice that this is a RFT file, right? So RFT, I know you're getting some different acronyms today. So RFT is Revit Family Template. RFA is a Revit Family file. On the project side, you have RVT, which everybody knows, that's a Revit file, right? And then you have a Revit template file. So every version of Revit has a template version. That's all I'm saying. So if I wanted to create a piece of furniture from scratch, meaning I wanted to create the furniture and not import it, then I would have to start a new family and then start with a furniture template. Now, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be using the conceptual mass mode, and that will require us to start with the template conceptual mass. The Zoom thing keeps showing up. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to go to, I want you to open Revit. Then I want you to go to New Family. Then we're going to look under the Conceptual Mass category, and you're going to choose Mass. Come on, thing. And then, let me move that out of the way. We're going to get it here. Now, I put this here in case some of us don't have it, because sometimes when we install Revit in the past, it used to give us the option if we want to install the templates or not. Some people used to install Revit without the templates. So I want us to install Revit. Sorry, we should have all the templates, but if you don't, just let me know and I'll give you the link to this where you can actually download the template.
Sir, I don't.
All right. So
Sir, you
everybody
hear
has
me?
their Revit ready?
Sir, I don't have the template. Hello?
Sir, are you hearing us?
And yeah, everything. Come on. Come on. What's happening? Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. All right. So,
Sir, I
what's
was
up?
saying that I don't have the template if you can send it.
So when you go to File, so you're saying when you go to File and you go to New, and this time you go to Concept. Oh, they have a folder for this now. Okay, they never used to have. Okay. You go to New Conceptual Mass. You are not seeing this file here on your side? So you go to File, New, and then New Conceptual Mass. Are you seeing this on your side?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. So at least you have that. During the project though, you're gonna need other stuff like furniture and all kind of stuff, lights and fixtures.
Sir, mine says metric mass.
Metric mass.
Same, sir.
Okay. I mean that's
sorry, sir. The music
fine.
volume gone back up again.
Oh, sorry. What's happening here? Yeah. Right. So metric mass. Mine doesn't say that, but okay. It doesn't matter. It just means that your scene is in metric. That's all. All right. So now I want us to go through this thing and look for this thing. Everybody has their Revit. Anybody not seeing that option? Oh, wow. Yeah. My computer just See, that is a funny thing a while ago. Are you still seeing my screen, guys? Yes? Yes, it looks that way.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my poor computer. I don't know. Maybe I have too much stuff running. It's like my video card just resetted a while ago. Like it just went blank and then everything just went haywire. Yes, today is the day of technical challenges. Anyway, just give me a sec, guys. I'm not going to hear you for whatever reason. Computer just went blank and came back. I'm going to fix that in just a bit. But in the meantime, we're going to start the tutorial on using the conceptual mass, right? All right. All right. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Now I want to introduce you to our project for this semester. Are you guys seeing that yellow spot that comes on the screen when I click?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's, I don't know. I think I turned on an option in Zoom. All right. This is it, guys. This is our destiny. This is the M+ Pavilion located in Hong Kong. By the way, have you guys ever used Google Earth in your browser? Not Google Maps, but Google Earth. Anybody?
Occasionally, sir, but I normally end up going back to Google Earth, like the downloaded version, because I think that one more thorough.
Right. So yeah, you have Google Earth, the downloaded version, and you have Google Maps, which everybody knows Google Maps on your phone, and then you have Earth, which is the web version, which is a little well, it just runs in the cloud basically. Anyway, I just thought I would share that. Actually, one of the reasons why I love using Earth is because you can have projects in Earth. So for example, I'm going to find the M+ Pavilion. There we go. This is the M+ Pavilion. And yes, it's in 3D, so you can zoom around and see all of these cool things. They're in 3D, right? I can actually just copy this link and paste it to you guys in the chat. Everyone. Here we go. So that is, if you click on that, you should just fly right here where I am. And if I pan around, where's our pavilion? Should be, or it's not constructed. No, Where is it? Oh, it's gone? Oh, I think it's... Did they remove it? Because, okay, the pavilion was originally created as a... Or is it that? Oh, okay. I was back in time, guys. I was back in time. That's why I was... So I was seeing when it was under construction. Here's the pavilion right here. Right. So this is 2024. The weird thing is they don't have 3D buildings in 2024. I don't know. But anyway, this is hold on. Am I in the right place? Yes, I'm in the right place. This is the M Plus pavilion, which is here. For some reason, when I look on it in the regular mode, I'm not seeing it. I'm only seeing the construction. So I don't know. This is okay. So the M Plus, it is a museum. But before the museum was built, they built like a mini museum, which was a pavilion. And that went up first. And then this $1 billion project went up after, right? By the way, we're in Hong Kong, guys, right? And this is the site of it. I think for some reason, Google is showing me the 3D of the site before it got built, right? So I'm not sure why. Because now when you go to 2024, this is the big museum right here. And this is the pavilion right here. So this is the site that we're going to be focused on. So it was designed by a team of 3 Hong Kong-born architects, right? And you can actually Google their name and check out their work. It was the result of a competition, actually, right? And these are some photos of what it looks like, right? It's pretty cool. Now, for the purpose of the BIM module, we're going to be looking on this building. We're going to be creating a BIM version of it, right? And we're going to do this in 2 different ways. So we're going to have assignment 1, which is 30%, which is an individual project. And assignment 2 is going to be the collaborative project, right? Remember at the beginning of the course, I told you guys that like this, the collaborative project is like a free 30%. Like it's super easy if you finish the model. You need to finish the model, right? Because remember, there's a cutoff for the model. Wherever it reaches, that's where I mark it, right? Because we have to move into the collaborative project. Now, this project is going to require you to build a BIM model of the pavilion. You're going to be given some raster images, right? So if you look on the mirror board, I guess you guys would have seen it already down here where it says major project drawings. These are all the drawings that we're going to use, right? Now, I will be modeling this alongside you just like with 3D modeling. Now, the reason that we selected this is because it's not a big building, but it's very interesting. Like, check out the stairs. Like, isn't that the coolest stairs you've ever seen, Andrew? Or does it look scary?
That was cool.
Okay, I had one student in the past say, "Sir, that's not cool. That's scary." And I'm like, "What?" You know, this is one of the interesting parts of the design. All right, we actually have multiple stairs. So if there's one thing that I'm sure of is when we finish this project, you guys will be stairs kings and queens, right? So the idea is that we have all of the drawings here for us to create this BIM model. And one of the things that we're going to be focused on is going to be understanding the differences between design, schematic design, and design development and construction drawings. Remember that slide we looked at earlier? We know that architecture lives between what we do in architecture, what you pin up in your studio class, some of it is construction drawings. Most of it is design development drawings. And little of it is schematic design. So we're going to kind of figure out how we can represent that in a BIM environment. Now, these are some reference photos that I put together. So this is so that you guys can kind of see and understand the building, what it looks like. As I said, it's not a very big building, but it has some very special stuff happening for it. It's on a split level, so we're going to do a little bit about levels. Definitely the terrain is kind of interesting, the way that it you can see the terrain kind of slopes down, right? So that's pretty cool. It's an exhibition space. So when you look inside, if you go over to the interior of it, it's really a big empty space. And what happens is that they put exhibits there. Remember, they built this before they built the big M+ museum. So when they built this, it wasn't, while that museum took a couple of years to build, this was there as a kind of a mini exhibition space. Right? This is what it looks like when you enter on the lower floor. Right. Now, for our BIM model, I would say about 90% of it is there in the drawings, but there's a 10% that you're going to have to get from observing the drawings, right? So you might see in here some little details that you don't see in the BIM model, and it's going to be up to you if you want to include that or not in your model. All right. Okay, so so design development drawings provide precise information about the project's design, including dimensions, materials, system structures, details, and 3D representation. In assignment 1, you're going to create architectural design development drawings. And actually, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be kind of creating a hybrid between the two. Most of the drawings you're going to do are going to be design development, but some of them are going to require detail. Some of them are going to require details that would be close to what would be a construction drawing. So we're going to do an interesting hybrid, as I said, between schematic design development and construction drawing. Now, these are the drawings that you guys are to generate. Notice I said the word generate, because once you have a BIM model, you can just generate information, right? Now, I also have examples of this so you can know exactly what it should look like. So listed above are the required drawing views. These views should be grouped and distributed across 11 by 17 sheets using the above sheet title. So this is what your title block should look like. It should have your project name and stuff here, right? All right. Now, notice that some of them are labeled. Let me not zoom this way. Zoom this way. Right, so notice that some of them have the detail in front of it. Just that one? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, building detail. So when you see the word detail, it means that we need dimensions, annotations, everything. But where you don't see detail, it simply means that, we just probably need a title, right? So for example, whenever you do the floor plans, we're going to need this to be detailed, meaning dimensions, labels, everything. But notice that here we have floor plans, which is presentation, which we don't need all of those details, right? At the end of it, you see all, meaning that we need all floors. So for example, for 2D section, we only need one minimum. For a 3D section, we only need one. For elevations, we need two minimum. And so forth and so forth. So that is what these numbers at the end mean, right? Some of them have in bracket 3D, just to let you know. So floor plans, we need a 3D floor plan for this. And for some of them is 2D. So like this building detail, it has to be 2D. But we also have a building detail that is 3D. Now remember guys, all of this that you're seeing here is generated from the BIM model. So the key thing is to build the BIM model and then you will get all your views from it. Any questions so far, guys? Hamilton, you good? You understand? Understanding what we're doing so far?
I'm following to it.
All right, cool. All right. So this is what we're going to be tackling right now. No, what else? I did explain the website last class. So we have these targets that we want to meet. So this is going to be the first thing that we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing the conceptual mass editing mode and solar study. And in order to do that, we're going to fire up Revit right now. Now, I'm thinking that do we want to take a 5-minute break, guys? Are you, because we're going to jump right into Revit now. Are you good to go? Or do you want to drink some water, stretch your legs? Because we've been talking for about 2 hours. Everybody's good to go?
So we can get a little break. So.
All right, no problem. As I said, for those of you who I see some messages about the networking thing, don't worry, we're going to tackle it again. All right? Because remember, I figured out why you weren't connecting, or hopefully. So we're going to tackle it again. So don't worry about it if you're confused. All right, so let's take a little 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we jump right into the conceptual mass editing mode. All right? So let's take a 5 minutes. Right, I'll be here. Hello, guys. Are you back?
We're here. Yes, sir.
All right. You guys get your water, your tea. I just went to re-warm up my tea. So we are ready to go with the conceptual mass editing mode, hopefully. All right. Okay, so for this class, what we're going to try and do is we're going to try to get through as much as we can. We're just going to roll straight into the lecture time, which is going to be at 12, I think. Right, so at 12 is when this class would have ended. So we would go until 2. But what we'll do is after we finish going through some of this stuff, we'll go back to the networking thing and we'll try to see if we can resolve that. And maybe we touch a little bit on the theory project. Remember that? We spoke about that last week, where everyone is to select a topic. So I will just check in on that to find out how you guys are doing. So we should be out of here before 2, and then you wouldn't have to come back in the evening because we'll be done with BIM for the day, right? So this is what we said we wanted to try out.
Sir, is it 2 or 1? Isn't it 9 to 1?
Well, it's supposed to be 3 hours, so 9 to 12 would be the first 3 hours, and then it's a 2-hour lecture. So it'll be 12.
Okay, I understand.
Right. We would have to start from 8 o'clock if we wanted to be done at 1. But as I said, if we're able to merge the classes like that, because we can just roll over into the next one, I don't imagine that we'll be here till 2. You know? I don't imagine. So, but officially, we should be here till 2. That's the official time. All right, let's get going, guys. So we're going to talk about the conceptual mass editing mode. Okay. Oh, it used my thingy. Okay. Okay, so in this video, what we're going to do is take a quick look at how we create a digital massing model, right? The general workflow of Revit is to first you create your massing model by sketch or physical models, and then it's recommended that you convert that information into a digital massing model so you can further explore your design. So we are going to just take a quick look at how we do that. So this is the massing model that we are going to create, and if you look at this, this represents what perhaps a design early stage would look like. Maybe for the design, the general footprint of the building is being fleshed out. Perhaps the major spaces, as what you can see here, you can see the major spaces is being worked on. Now, at this stage of a design, everything is not known. There are some basic conditions that you are sure of, but not everything. So for example, the general size of this box, which would be the main area of the building, is known. The general heights may be known, and maybe things like entrances and certain wall heights, but pretty much at a design's early stage in terms of sketching and exploring the design, this is what one may have to work with. Now, the recommendation is that from this sketch we create a digital version of this, and that enables us to rotate it, explore the model a little bit more, and more importantly, at this early stage we can generate information from this massing model. So in order to create this massing model, the first thing we need to do is we're gonna use Revit's conceptual mass modeling mode. Now, right before we open that mode, it's important to note that Revit really has two modeling environments. All right. Now, we did kind of speak about that already. So we're just going to jump into the mass editing mode, right? So when you guys open Revit, you should go to new conceptual mass, and then you should open this right here, and I will just choose open. You guys with me so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to dock my properties on the left, and I will dock the project browser on the right, just to make it easy for me. Now, I am doing the tutorial with Revit 2022, but of course, you know, past me and present me, right? So the past version of me that's speaking is going to be combined with the present version of me speaking now, and I'll just interject as we go along to talk about the features as it relates to the new version of Revit, right? But pretty much it's like 99% the same. Like, the only thing that has really changed is that Revit finally got a dark mode in 2024. Anybody here is fans of dark mode? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's like I can't use a program if it doesn't have dark mode. Like, I don't know. It's my eyes. All right, let's proceed. Template file folder, but if you don't have it, you can get a copy from the BIM website. So we're going to open this now. All right, and this is what it looks like. Now, what we'll be doing is we are going to be using our sketch. So this is our sketch here, and we're going to put that in one corner here. And the idea is that all right, so what we're going to do, guys, is that we're going to use our imaginations a little bit. Now, obviously, this project is already built, you know. However, we're going to pretend that we were those architects that came up with this design. And we're going to pretend that we had a concept and we sketched out this concept on a piece of paper. And that piece of paper is in the folder on the BIM website. You should find it under individual major project, and then under supporting files. I think it's under this drawings for here. Yes, here it is. So again, you're gonna go to the BIM website, which you guys know about already. Just scroll down, and then we're gonna see under supporting files for this assignment. So this is the individual major project, and in that window you have supporting files. You're going to see a file here for drawings. This is actually the official drawings, and for those of you that want to not use the mirror board, maybe you just want the JPEG of the drawing, this is where you can come to get it. But we're not going to do this just yet. We're going to start with the massing model. So we're going to pretend that we just came up with an idea for a pavilion, and like a stroke of, I don't know, genius, we sketched out this concept on a piece of paper, and now we want to create a 3D conceptual model in Revit. So we're going to be using this as a reference. You guys can download this file so that you can have it there. All right. All right. So everybody understand what I said so far? Dana, how you doing? I don't call to you from morning.
I'm okay, but I ended up closing my mapping file by accident, and I cannot find the family.
No problem. Yeah, all you gotta do is when you open Revit, remember, well, there are two ways you can do it. If you do it from the start screen here, you can under families. Remember, you have these two modes. So under families, you're going to choose new. You can do it this way. And then when you choose new, you're going to get presented with all the templates for families. You look under conceptual mass, and then you have it right there. All right. All right. See, good thing I called to you. All right, let's continue. So guys, grab this file so that you can have it there as a reference. Remember, if I leave you in the tutorial and go ahead of you, remember the videos will be there. So we don't want to use the time, keep going back. We want to try to go forward so we keep the pace going and we can stick to our schedule. All right. All right, so let us go. Just as how we would sketch this model, we are gonna visually look on this sketch and create a digital sketch of it right here in the conceptual mass editing mode. Now, the great thing about this mode is that most of the tools that Revit has in this conceptual mass modeling, if you notice the ribbon up here, are really geared towards making fast iterations of our sketches. So let's see how that is done. Now remember, this concept drawing is not much detailed, and there is no need for it to be detailed because the design at this stage is still being explored, but we are just creating a digital version so we can expand our exploration. So the first thing is that if we look at these sketches here, we can kind of see how this space is built up, right? And we have some basic measurements, so that's great. Now some measurements we don't have, and that's also fine because we'll be moving that around. Now the first thing we want to do is to draw this general shape here, which is 17 meters by 20 meters. So notice that this is in meters, so the first thing we have to do is go over to manage and go over to our units, and we need to change our units to meters. There we go. All right, now you'll notice this space that is here is really meant for us to begin the modeling process. This point here is actually the center of our model, and it's a real good idea to just have your model within this space. All right, so we're going to first draw that box, so we're just going to use the rectangle tool and put a box there. Now you realize that this box is pretty big, so we are gonna just make that a bit smaller. So let's say we're gonna make this 20. There we go. And we're gonna make this 17. So that's pretty much the size of our building, right? So we're gonna move this perhaps closer to the center. It doesn't have to be dead center, or maybe for reference you might want to put a.
This is the exact building that we're doing the conceptual model of right now, sir, right?
Yes, it is the same building, but you used the word exact a while ago. Remember that when you're doing a design and you mass it out, you do a conceptual mass. At the end of the day, it won't be the exact mass that you come up with that will be the exact windows and doors and walls, because it's just a concept. So keep that in mind. So it is the same building, but we're just pretending that we imagine that the building did not exist and we're coming up with the concept of the building. And you wanted to do it in Revit. That is what we're doing.
All right, sir.
Right. So it does require some imagination for this first phase. Right? Pretend you never know about the building and we created it from scratch. All right. Corner there, but it doesn't really matter because this mode is really meant for sketching. All right, great. So we have our box there. Then what we're going to do is extrude this box. So we're going to go here and choose the create form, and it's going to create an extrusion for us. Now from our sketch here, you can see that the height was roughly about 9 meters. So we're going to say 9 meters there. There we go. And we can see that in our exploration sketch here, we placed a wall here that seems to extend this length. So we're going to do the same there, and there are different ways that we could do that. Now we could just do it in 3D again, but I want us to now explore a bit more. So we're going to go to the level 1, which is our plan view here, and you can see that this wall is primarily along it is parallel to the 20 meter area. So we're just going to draw a model of that wall. So I'm just going to use the rectangle tool and just draw a rectangle like that, and that's our wall. In the conceptual mass editing mode, for walls you don't really have to worry about the thickness of walls, because it's mainly for mass modeling and exploring ideas. details like that we don't have to worry about. So instead of doing this rectangle here, I'm just going to draw a single line there, and that represents this wall that's there. Now if I go to the 3D view, you can see that is my wall there. And then all I have to do is select this line and go to create. Now notice when I click on this line, I'm not getting the create. Okay, I'm getting the create form here. So I'm going to, when I select this line, I get the create form, and I can click on it once and it will just create a flat form there. So there we go. Now we also have a wall that's kind of angled here, maybe a 45 degree, and then this is a 90 degree from that. Now some of these angles we're just going to estimate, you know, what's happening. Actually this wall is a bit taller like that, and we do have a height for this. This is 10 meters, so we're going to just put that in at 10. There we go. All right, great. So let's create this other wall here, and let's do that in the level 1 view. So we're going to go again to line, and we're going to make that about 45, maybe like that. There we go. Let's go back to 3D view here, and we're going to do the same. Click on that line and create form, and we're going to just drag this all the way up. All right, so next you can kind of see how this shape is this like stage like area. We have a general distance here, and we can pretty much assume that this line is parallel to that line. So we're going to do this in plan again, and you might realize that it's easy to use the plan view to get some of these things done, but pretty much the process is really just using lines to explore your design. There we go. All right, now remember, this is a sketch. We're not trying to produce drawings here, so don't get hung up on, you know, smaller details like this. All right, so this is about 9 meters here. So what we can do is we're gonna just take another line, and we're gonna write 9 meters like that. And then we can just select this line, and I'm going to use a move. So I'm going to go to modify and move, and I'm going to move this right there. All right, good stuff. So we have this part of the model here, and this is actually, you can see that this line, I'm going to tab into this line, is maybe, according to the sketch, it's maybe something like that, right? Now we're not going to worry about it too much. All right, then we have another wall like that. And what we're going to do here is I'm just going to draw a line here and close off this shape like that. Then I'm going to move this line back to hit that point there. I'm going to pull this forward to hit that point there. All right, so if I go back to my 3D view, and then what we can do is create form, and we can definitely, we're going to select the height. We're going to tab into the height here and move this down. You know, maybe it's the base floor, so we're going to estimate this at 5 meters. So we're going to put 5. There we go. And pretty much all we have left is this front wall here. So we are going to use the line tool again, and let's see if we can do that in 3D. Maybe not. Maybe much easier to just do it in plan. There we go. And in 3D view, we go to create form. And there we go. Now, notice we do have some form subtraction that's happening here, and this might happen. You might have your model and you might want to just create some kind of holes or open ways and openings, and we're not going to be trying to get in doors and windows, but it's just to kind of give us a visual identifier as to where these openings would be. So the first opening would be on the base here, right? And if you look at that, we can... Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so after that we created like the first form, the first block, and I just got lost when we were supposed to create the wall, the flat plane at the side.
The flat plane at the side. You mean? Oh, you mean this one here?
No, over.
This one?
No, the other one.
Here?
Yeah.
All right, it's just a line. So, well, this one is a little bit complete. Oops. Right. So it's just a line. So for example, let me go out here. If I drew a line like that, and I clicked on the line, and then choose create form, bam, it turns into a face. And I can just do whatever I want to do with this face. You understand? So that is how I created this. I just drew a line and just click the create form button. By the way, I don't know if you guys realize, but this create form button does not exist, doesn't really exist. Well, it doesn't exist in the project mode. So like when you're using Revit to draw your models or whatever, these tools are not available to you in that mode. And that's because you're kind of not using, you're using another version of Revit, meaning you're not in the project editing mode, but you're now in the family editing mode, which gives you access to a whole different set of tools. Rochelle, you have a question?
Right, sir. I'm not able to select level 1 to move into viewing level 1. That's where I am.
So meaning when you go to level, when you click on level 1 here, it doesn't go to this top view.
No, I can't click on anything on that panel.
Does it highlight when you click it? Like when
No,
you see...
sir. Like the panel dead, if that makes sense.
All right. Can you drag it out by just clicking on the title up here? See if you can drag it out into a window like this.
Dragged it out. Still nothing. And
are you in? Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. No, go ahead.
Are you in some kind of mode? Like, for example, if I should try to create a
Sir, I might be in a particular mode, but me can't tell which mode me in because there's no information. Like there's no status, nothing on the status bar saying like,
that you're in a mode.
Yeah.
It's not like you're in a sketch mode or something.
No.
And you're okay. What about your properties menu? You're able to like click on.
Yeah, my properties menu working. Yes, the properties menu is working. So you think me for restart Revit?
I'm wondering. So when you click on 3D, not even 3D, nothing don't come up?
3D automatically up, but it now move. It like we can't go for anything else.
All right. What if you went to What if you went to view? Where do you go to do that again? Can I right
on the top view
No.
and then floor plan?
No, I think this would create a floor plan really. But hold on. What if you go to no, you can't do it in this mode. I wonder if you can do it from here. No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why your Rivet is treating you like this. Do you have other sections like structural, 3D views, elevations?
No.
Families? You're not seeing none of this stuff. You're just seeing.
Listen, let me see what you're showing.
Right. So you're not seeing.
Yeah, like the list is there.
But you're not.
The list is there. Well, it's showing floor plans, 3D views, elevations, like the basic version of it.
Right. But when you go to elevations or not, you're not getting. It's not changing.
No, I can't click on anything right there. Clicking on it, it's like nothing I highlight or anything.
All right, let's
reopen Revit.
Yeah, but see if you can save what you did already. Let's go to file and
me can't start. So I'm gonna start yet, so it's okay.
Okay, all right, cool.
Oh, they said there's an error. They sent an error report, so maybe
Yeah, Revit was
so a drive something never loaded or something.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue. This I don't know if you guys realize, but this mass editing mode is kind of cool because there's so much freedom. Like you can just draw anything and turn it into a wall and extrude it. You can just click on this and just move it like that, size it up. It almost feels like you're using SketchUp in a way. And I would argue that there are some features here in this mass editing mode that I would argue, why didn't they just put it in the project modeling mode? But yeah, Revit is a very structural program. It expects you to be organized, and this mode is for this only and not for that. So Revit is the just operation. That's the mindset of Revit. All right, let's continue. Can actually begin to. We're just going to estimate where these openings are. So we're going to use our line tool, and notice here we have where we can draw on a face or we can draw on a plane. Right now it's set to draw on face, so if the face is highlighted, we will actually draw on that face. So let's notice the face is highlighted there, so we're going to draw the opening on. All right, so let me make sure that you guys caught that, because that part is meant to be important. All right, we're just going to estimate where these openings are. So we're going to use our line tool, and notice here we have where we can draw on a face or we can draw on a plane. Right now it's set to draw on face, so if the face is highlighted, we will actually draw on that face. So let's notice the face is highlighted there, so we're going to draw the opening on that face. All right, and then we're going to close that up by using our trim extend. There we go. Now, instead of creating a form, this time we're going to use a void form. And when we click that, notice that it turns orange, and this is basically asking us to now select the element that we want to subtract from. So we're going to choose this element here, and we just need to press enter, and there we go. Our void form is created, and this is just a tip telling us how we can create these void forms. All right, So next we wanted to also indicate the doorway that is here. So to do that, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to choose the rectangle tool, and we're going to make sure we are on draw on face again. And see that face is now highlighted. With that face highlighted, we're going to just draw that rectangle there like that. And then we are going to choose the void form again, and then choose the object that we want to subtract from, which is that box. There we go. And that is our element there. Let's remove this dimension. So there we have it. And that is pretty much how we can do some quick iterations using the mass editing mode.
So can you just
right. Let's
so the rectangular opening, please.
Right. So pretty much, if I wanted to create an opening here, all I would need to do, I would go to the rectangle tool, make sure that I am on this draw on face, and I just hover over that face and I draw a rectangle. Now when I draw a rectangle, when I click on it, I would normally go to create form, and that would create like an extrusion or something, but this time I want to create a void. So I click this little down arrow there and I click void. Then it turns into this. So now when it's a void shape, I can push it inward. Inward. There we go. And there we go. So that is how I created the opening here. All right. Good to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's pull this out a little more here. That's what I wanted to do. And there we have it. That is pretty much our sketch done in a couple minutes. So using this mass editing mode, you can really explore your designs. We do actually have one more void to attach to the bottom. So let's get that done real quickly. Now to do this one, what we're going to do is select a line, and we are going to create a new floor plane, because we're going to assume that in this sketch this would be the ground floor. So we are going to go to create, and then we're going to go to level, and we're going to put this new level at 5. There we go. So notice now we have a new level here. We have the ground, and then we have this new level that is right here. All right, so with this new level here now, we are going to make that assumption that this section here is going to be subtracted. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to make sure that we're drawing on the surface. So make sure we have that surface highlighted, and we can always draw this and modify it a bit later. So let's do it that way here. Right, guys, one of the important things about Revit is also known to mean I think I mentioned this already. You can tell me. What does that say? What was that, Andrew?
Revise and edit.
Exactly. Revise it. So meaning you draw it, then you revise it. You draw it, then you revise it. So you don't try to draw it right the first time. You just draw it and then you edit it. So if I wanted a specific opening to be in the top of this wall and the opening is 10 by 10, I wouldn't try to click on this and try and draw a 10 by 10 opening at first. I would just draw opening and then I would go back to it and I would change this to 10 and change this to 10. Right? That is the whole revise it approach. All right, so don't get caught up in getting it right the first time. Okay, and we're gonna make this 5. There we go. And let's use our align tool to get this side aligned. So we're gonna choose the align tool and pick that point there. All right, then we're going to select the shape and use the void form again, and we're going to select the element that we want to cut. So make sure that we are selecting the entire cube, and there we go. We're going to click this face here and just pull it forward just a bit, and there we go. That is pretty much our model created in a few minutes. All right, guys, so you should have a model like this. Well, not this, because I totally butchered this model just to demonstrate some things to you, right? All right, now we are going to do something else with this model. So I need everyone to have their model completed, right? Okay, so in this video, what we're going to do is take a quick look at how, right, there we go. Right, so I would need everyone to have their model completed.
So we don't have to be necessarily precise to that?
That is
because
true.
It was difficult to follow.
Right. So it just needs to be a sketch. But remember, there is actually, in this case, you have, remember you have this sheet. You can just look at this. All right.
Yeah, but like the angle, the lines, there's no dimension for them.
Right.
That's what I meant.
Sketch it. Right. Just sketch it. Just use proportion and sketch it. Yeah. And guess what? That is what's going to happen when you guys are conceptualizing. Like when you're building stuff, you will have maybe an idea of the height, and that's it. And then everything else has to be estimated. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to see if you guys can finish the model so we can move on to the next thing for today.
Sir, is that video already up on the website?
Oh no, we are still in the video. That
will be
up on
like
the website.
the separate one. That's not there yet?
No, because as I said, I usually interject over these recordings because things change and things update. So I'm gonna put this one there. But tell me what you're trying to get. You see that's the unique thing in this case. You can ask the video questions and it will answer because I'm here live, right? But when you just have the video alone, you can't answer. So what questions do you want? Or you just want to know that it will be available?
Sir, I got lost from the beginning because my thing stopped working and then it was just hard to follow from that.
All right, no problem. Well, what I can do is, we can't run through the entire video, but what I will tell you is that Revit modeling editing mode is literally draw a shape and click the create form button. So for example, if I let me just use the line tool. So if I'm here and I use the line tool and come on thing, when you are drawing in this mode, it's either you're drawing on a face or on a work plane. when we just started out, we only had one work plane. So that's why it was, you know, relatively straightforward. But as we went along, we created different work planes. Here is a work plane here that says level 1. Here's another one that says level 2. Here's another one that says level 3. I'm going to create a new mass editing mode. This is what it looks like when you just start off. You just have one work plane, one single plane. And literally all mass editing mode is that when you draw something, I'm just drawing a random shape now. I'll close it. And if I click on this, I can click this create form button, bam, and it will turn it into a form. Now, even if I draw a shape like this that's not closed, I can still click on it and say create form, bam, it creates a new form. And that is literally all you will be doing in the conceptual mass editing mode, right? So even if you didn't see the step-by-step, the idea is that if you have a sketch, in this case, you have this sketch right here. I'm going to download this. Oops. Come on. And I can find it back. Oh, here you are. All right, I'm going to open it. There we go. All right, there we go. So even if I have this mode here, what was the thing? T. Alt T. T. There we go. Yeah. So even if I have this here, all I'm doing, I'm looking off of this and I'm trying to sketch this out here. And I see that my sketch says that this is 14 by 20. That's there. So I just need to draw a shape like that. And then I click on one side and I can use the temporary dimensions and I can make 114. Oh, actually this is feet and this is meters. So I need to change it to meters. So I'm going to go to manage units. By the way, this part you guys should know already from last semester, right? So change this to meters. I'll use the M symbol. Right. Then I can just go ahead and edit this. Every time I edit, I click the create form button and it will create a form. I can also draw a line like that and I can estimate this angle like that. I can click on that line and say create form. And after the form is created, I can move it around. So what I'm trying to get at is that even if you don't have the video there, like it is so straightforward. It's like SketchUp kinda, where you're just looking off of this example and you are just modeling something that looks like it. All right. Yes, Ned, go ahead.
So how did you do the last parts with the undercuts again? Was it void extrude? Because I got lost.
Right. So anytime you want to subtract anything, you always draw back a closed shape. So in this case, I'll draw a pentagon because it's fun. As long as the shape is closed, normally you would click on the shape and click the create form. But this time you would click the drop box and choose void. Void means that it will subtract. So if I choose void, notice that it changed to this orange color here. Then what I'm doing, I'm choosing, if I rotate, you can kind of see that anything that this orange intersects will become a void. So if I go down with it, it intersects that. So that becomes a void. And then I need to select what I want it to cut. So anything you click on next, it will cut it. So this, voila. I can also move this void form around, which is pretty cool. So I do like that, and it will cut it like that, you know. Or I can move the whole form like that, and it will cut it like that. Pretty cool, right? So it's very flexible with you know, in this editing mode. I've seen some people that fall in love with this editing mode and just say, you know, I wish I could just draw my entire building in this mode, but no, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. That will work out very bad for you, especially when it comes to producing your sheets. This freedom is only afforded to you when you are in the family editing mode, not in the project mode. All right? All right. You guys are almost done. Just giving you a little time to kind of finish your building.
The only part I have left is the last word.
All right, good. Two more minutes, guys.
Sure. Sir,
Yeah.
the voids on top of the shape, should we also create those?
The voids on top of the
shape. The last image, yeah.
Wait, you mean here and here? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you should create them. Remember, this is a concept that at the end of it, you end up with this model. This where is it? Down here, actually. Where is it? Here, right. So you end up with this building. But this is where it started. It started from just a idea that was represented as massing. So that shape in the middle is actually, imagine that you didn't yet know that this would be the building, but you know that you wanted a shape to be in the floor and people to rise up out of the floor. You would represent it like this. You understand? So we're kind of going back in time to create this concept.
Okay, so.
All right. All right, let us continue on our journey. Now, one of the things that we normally do whenever we are doing any kind of architectural design is climate is a big part of it, right? And I'm sure that in the past, you guys have probably had to do like some form of solar study or an idea of how climate affects your building, right? Now, usually it's a good idea to find this out as early as you can, right? Meaning, you want to know which direction the wind is coming and where your noise is coming from on the site. Also, you want to have an idea of how you're going to orient your building. Now, as I said, let's imagine that this concept that we have here, it's at the early phases. We haven't come up with the full design yet, but we want to explore how light affects this massing of the building, because you don't have to do a solar study when you completed your very complex building model. You can do it at the early stages from you have a massing model, just as well as you can do it on the later stages as well. So the other part of what we want to do today is we want to do a solar study using our massing model here, right? So we're going to dive into that right now. Okay. So now we're going to look at how we can use a massing diagram, carry that massing diagram into the project environment, and then we can generate data from that, right? Now, if you remember our last conversation, we spoke about the importance of doing a digital massing model, right? So you would have maybe a physical massing model, you would have maybe sketches of your mass, but then it's also important to create a digital massing model. And from that digital massing model, there are different things that you can get, some of which solar study. You can start to develop your facade. You can use it for site analysis. All of this information you can generate just using the massing model before going into the full production of doing walls and windows and so forth. So what we're going to look at now is how can we take the massing model that we did last time, and from that massing model use it to generate, in this example, a solar study. Now this is what our massing model looked like, and also remember that this was basically a rough sketch. We actually created this massing model using sketches and diagram which are representative of the architectural design process. So this is what we use to generate the massing diagram. Now what we need to do now is to take this diagram, which is a relatively scaled diagram. We need to put it in the actual location that this building would be in, and then from then we can start to look at some information that we can get from it. Now one of the important things to note is when we had created this massing model, right? If you remember, we went to new and we created a conceptual mass. Now the conceptual mass is really made from what Revit refers to as masses, and a mass is kind of like a shadow figure. It doesn't really exist as a type of wall or window or 3D object, and we're going to see that happen when we actually take this from our family conceptual mass editing environment and put it into the project environment. We're going to notice that the model is going to come in as a kind of a shadow representation, and that is perfectly normal, and we will look why that is so whenever we create a conceptual mass. Okay, so before we can get things going, we need to now create a new project, and to do that we're going to go to File and we're going to choose New Project. Now if you recall from our previous presentation, remember Revit has two environments, a project modeling environment and a family modeling environment. Now the family modeling environment was further divided into these other subcategories, and we created a conceptual mass. So now we're going to be using the project modeling environment to actually create our building model. So to do that, we're going to go to File and we're going to go to New and Project, or we can just click New. When you click New, it will default to Project, and we are going to use the architectural template, and we're going to choose OK. All right, great. So now you can see I have a brand new project open, right? You can also see that I still have the conceptual mass open, and we're not going to need that, so we're actually just going to close that out. Now actually the first thing you want to do when you're starting a new project in Revit is to set up your project information and your location data, right? Your project must exist somewhere, and the way how Revit intends for you to use it is for you to plug in that data so you can generate accurate simulations if you so choose to do so, which we are going to do a solar simulation. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to manage, and we are going to go over to project information here. Now in project information, we want to enter things about the project. Now this is a major project and it's a school project, so maybe the organization could be maybe CSA. All right, did you guys see where I went a while ago? That's important. I went over to manage, and then we'll go to project information. Everybody there with me?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. The description could maybe be major project, right? The building name, it's the M Plus Pavilion, right? And the author for this particular document, it could be the name of the student. So in this case, I will put Brian Williams. All right. And there's some other information that we could put here, project number and that kind of stuff, but we don't really need to drop that information in. But this information is important here, so we're going to choose OK on that. Next, we're still under the Manage tab, which deals with the management of your project. We want to change our units, and right now the default is imperial, so we want to change the length to meters and maybe use an M symbol, carry it to 2 decimal places, and choose OK. And maybe for slopes, let us use degrees and use that as a symbol. And I think everything else, oh, for area, we can change that to square meters. There we go. And probably put that to 2 decimal places. All right. So now we have set up the project, the units for our project. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is to set up our location, which this part is going to be super important, especially the fact that we're going to generate a solar study. So we're going to choose location, and it's going to allow us to actually browse on a world map. And what you will see is it will have the location, and it will show you a map here, and it's going to default to maybe an address in the US by random. And what we're going to do is input the actual address here, right? So let's look that up. So if I head on over to Google Maps and I type M plus Pavilion, it shows me the location of that, and it also shows me the address that's located in Hong Kong. So what we're going to do is copy this address here, and we're just going to stick that here and choose search, and this should give us that location there. Now the other thing that you might want to do, just to make this a little more accurate, is, and let's just get this Google on this side, and with the map on this side, we can kind of see where it's located, which is here. You can see it there. And what we want to do is just match that with the maps on this side here. So according to this map, it is somewhere on this side, right below where these roads go underground. So somewhere right about here, and it's located somewhere in this region. So what we're going to do is actually drag this home button and just put it somewhere here. Now, it doesn't have to be like 100% accurate, but you know, you just want to get it in the right location. Let's put it about right here, right in the right location, so we can get, you know, as accurate values as we can. And we're going to choose OK there. All right, let's minimize this. All right, so now we have our location set up. Now the next thing we're going to do is to input our surveyor points, right? And this is a important step in the process, because you would get survey information from the surveyor or from the surveying documents, and to make sure that we're all operating on the same geographically correct information, we want to input those values directly. So if you take a look on the class files, you will see a site plan that you might see here. And if I make this just a bit bigger, you can see the orientation of the site. You can see where the building will go. All right. Now, if you look on the website, here we go. So in that very same folder, you should see a file here that says site plan location. That's this file, and it has these values. Now, anybody has ever seen a survey drawing by chance? Anybody? Any kind of survey from a land survey or civil person? Guys?
No, sir.
Oh, I guess not. Okay. You have answered on behalf of the class.
Sir, we're hearing you, sir. We're hearing you.
Yeah, man, I know. All right. So basically, I'm going to show you, for example. I'll show you two examples. Right. Now, your neighbors that are next door to you at CSA, this is over in SBLM. What they study is, well, at least one of the courses that they study is about land surveying. And land surveying is the data that we use as architects to begin our design. So whenever a project is about to get started, you know, whether commercial, residential, whatever it is, that project exists somewhere on planet Earth. And before we can start to determine, this is how I'm going to orient the building, this is going to be my entrance or whatever, they have to do a survey. And this is an example of a survey. This is recently done. This is a project that I'm currently working on. And the survey has all sorts of information. It gives you an idea of the location of the trees on the site, right? And this is a scaled drawing, by the way. This is a DWG, a CAD drawing. And it also gives you the boundary. This is in red. And it gives you the contour lines. We're going to learn about, well, we're going to learn again about contour lines, because we did this already from last semester. Remember when we had the hut and we put it on the contour lines? So it gives you contour lines and it gives you spot heights. That's what these plus 337 is, plus 336. These are heights above sea level. And in this case, it's almost like, well, I would say it's above a datum level. And what a datum is, it's a reference point. So for example, if you take a particular point and say this is 0, the distance away from a point is going to give you, it's referencing the point that you measure from. So all of these are referencing a single point. Hence, when you replot these points in Revit or whatever, you will end up getting a sloped terrain. And we're actually going to do some of that in this module as well. Now, the other thing I want to show you is that one other important thing that survey has done is that how do they take these measurements? Like, how do they know that how do they know that the length of the property is 38.56 meters? The reason for that is that they are connected to a GPS network, the same GPS that runs your Google Maps, so you can find somewhere relative to where you are. They have equipment, you always see them there, and they are able to measure distances that is what you call georeferenced, right? So meaning that it's very accurate. So if you went to this site and drew a tape and use a tape measure to measure between these 2 points here, it would not be as accurate as theirs. Now, one of the other things that they do, georeferencing, means that you can take their values and plug it directly into Revit, and you end up getting the exact measurements of the site, right? Now, this particular survey doesn't have that information on it, but this is what you'll get. This is what a title looks like, right? When you own land, this is what proves that you legally own the land, and these are the dimensions of the property that's here, right? These are the official legal dimensions, by the way, right? An important word there, legal, because, you know, a property is a legal matter, right? And that's what surveying does for you. It gives you precise dimensions and also dimensions that are georeferenced. So if I go back to my example here, right? This is, for our purposes for this exercise, this is a georeferenced site. And let's just imagine that a survey was done. And from that survey diagram, you actually got the georeference distances. You can plug these directly into Revit to get the shape of the site. Now, this is going to be important because this we're going to use to construct the rest of our model for the next couple of weeks. So this has to be accurate for everybody. Everybody's model needs to be exactly this, needs to have exactly the same site. And the way how you get that is not by tracing visually, by putting it in the background and drawing a line, but by inserting exact georeference values, right? And you can do this. I mean, this is ideally what you would want to do whenever you start a project in Revit, in a BIM program. You plug in these values so that you know that whatever lines you have on screen are 100% georeferenced and accurate, all right? So what we're going to do now in the exercise is we are going to now place our property with the exact dimensions of what the property lines are, right? You can kind of imagine, for example, that we were about to create this building and we got it surveyed, and on the survey documents we had these points and we plugged these points directly into Revit. That's exactly what we're doing. Any questions, guys, about that?
No, sir.
All right. Kimberly answers for the class. All right, let's continue. And then you can see the site boundaries that's here. Now, for each of these site boundaries, yeah, go ahead.
Sir, when you went into the location thing and you placed the location, what did you do after that? You just click OK?
Yeah, just click OK. Because the location, remember, the location that we place in Revit, it's just there to give us an idea of where in the world we are. This that we're about to insert now is a file that is located in your folder. So if you go to the website, scroll down, under supporting files, you see drawing, and then this is the site plan drawing. So this is what you're going to actually use, and you're going to actually use these values now. All right. It actually has the exact longitudinal, latitudinal values and angles, which you can input directly in the program, and it will give us the exact drawing here. Now, it's important that we input these values and we don't carry this site plan into Revit and trace it, because this is a image, and you know we will never be able to trace this 100% if we try to visually trace a line here. So instead, what we should do is input this data manually, and this is the same process if you were getting information from a surveyor. You would want to make sure that either you get the direct surveyor drawings that has the site plan on it, or you get the longitudinal values that you can insert in the program to ensure that your site that you're designing on is geologically correct. So in this case, we're going to insert these values directly into Revit, and that will give us an accurate representation of the site. So we're going to put this to one side here, and while there, I'm going to go to the site level. By the way, do you guys have a site level in your project?
Yes, sir.
Anybody don't have it? I mean, everybody should, but just in case. All right, cool. There we go. And you can see that Revit in the architectural template has a center position that you see here, and it also has these arrows are really views. Now we might know what most of these things are because we have used Revit before, right? So this is, by the way, guys, for those of you who might be just kind of catching up, you realize that this we're doing now is now in the project environment, right? So we have essentially gone into the project modeling environment. So is there anybody that is confused about that?
Me, sir.
I had a feeling. So during this whole process, I'm gonna choose OK. So now, or we can just click new. So during this process, we would end up having two files. We have a RFA file that has our massing model, and we finished that about a half an hour ago. So you should have this massing model done, and this is saved. Save it to your desktop or wherever. And that is your massing diagram. Now we're going to go ahead and start the project now, by the way. So this time we would go to new, and in my video there is, which version is this? Oh, this is 2023. My bad. Okay, let me show you in 2024. Come on, 2024. Good to know. I'm just waiting for Revit to start up. There we go. Now, when you go in 2024, if you are following along in the video and you go to new, you'll notice that you see this new multidisciplinary thing. Now, I don't want you to choose this template because it can really be a little confusing because it's expected to have everybody in this template: engineering, electrical, everybody. Instead, what I want you to do when you choose new project is to browse. And we're just going to use we're not going to use the Imperial. So I want you to head up and then use the English. There we go. And then I want you to choose, we can choose the residential. Construction metric, default metric. I don't remember which one. Let me try the default metric. Let me see what it has to offer. I think this is the one that you should. Hold on. I'm checking it, guys. I'm checking it. And this is why I said that, every year the program changes a little. The templates change every year. So yeah, it's the construction one. So in the construction version, in the construction template.
So, sir, the construction default metric one?
Right, that one. Because that one actually has, if you see here, oh, I didn't know I could scale this big or small. That's interesting. I just learned that a while ago, guys. Like, if you hold Control and mouse wheel, you can make this bigger. That's so cool. Anyway, you will have level 1, level 2, and site, which is the very minimum I would say to start a project. So let me do that again for those of you who didn't see. Right? We have just finished doing our massing model. That is a RFA file. You should save that. You can still have it open if you want, you should still have it open, but now we're going to open a new project, not a new family, but a new project. So we're going to choose new. You're not going to choose the multidisciplinary one. Instead, you're going to go to browse, and you're going to, when you go to browse, you will probably default to metric, to Imperial. So you're going to hit back once. Look for English, the one that does not say Imperial. And then you're going to choose construction default metric. And that is the template that we should use when we're starting our major project assignment. So everybody needs to make sure they do this. So we don't have any, so it's not a matter that you're trying to follow and then you are seeing something different than what I have. You understand? So that's what we're going to use. And when you open it, that's what you should see. All right. So that is where I was here. Right. That is where I was here when I was showing you to open a new one. If you're using this is version 2020, I think, 2022. No, 2020. So this has the construction template in the drop-down box. But the 2024 version does not, so you have to choose template. And from here, this is where we went ahead and put in our project information. And we also make sure that we're using the right units. If you chose the metric template, then you should be fine. there's a conversation I think we need to have. I need to ask you guys, and this is about units. Now, I'm going to pick some people randomly and ask this question. Are we ready to talk about units yet? Where is my meeting? Okay, here we go. Okay. Who here uses imperial measurements for like daily life? Anybody? So we're talking about inches and feet. Anybody here uses inches and feet for their daily life?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Anybody here uses metric? I mean, everybody should, but you know, I'm talking for your daily life. I mean,
sir.
right. So Andrew, if I said to you, about how wide is the room you're in now, what would you tell me that measurement in?
Meters.
You would tell me that your brain would default to meters, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I ask you, for example, to go buy a length of wood down at the hardware, and you were giving me the different options of the length of wood available at the hardware, how would you describe that to me?
What inches?
Okay, Siobhan say you would use inches. What does Andrew say? Would you use meters?
I probably use feet.
I
probably use feet because I normally measure those with tape measures. Normally use feet.
True. Exactly. Okay. Alex, what about you?
Yes, sir.
If I was sending you down the hardware to buy some length of timber, would you use imperial or metric to describe those measurements?
Imperial.
Okay. Is there anybody that would use metric to describe lumber? Anybody here? Where are my hardcore metric fans? I don't hear anybody. Oh, I'm to Alexia. I don't hear from Alexia from morning. What about you? Are you here, Alexia?
Sir, what is your question? Sorry.
If I sent you down the hardware to buy some length of lumber, would you describe that length to me in metric or imperial?
Probably imperial, but like I'm a metric person.
Ah, exactly. And this is why I wanted to ask everybody these questions, because metric is the standard. I would like to think it's superior, depending on what people say. Different countries use different measurements, but there are certain habits that has persevered, even though we are using the metrics. So, you're describing a length of lumber, you say a 2x4. You could say a 50 by 200. But I don't know. Zachary, doesn't that sound kind of weird? I don't know. To me, it sounds kind of weird to send you to the hardware to buy a 50 millimeter by 200 millimeter. Not to mention the person who is at the front desk, if you tell them that, they would be like, do you mean a 2x4? So the point I want to get to is that we really switch between units in our minds depending on what we're doing. Some of us switch more aggressively than others, meaning most things are in metric, and some of us is less, where most things are imperial, but we do things we use metric occasionally. Now, there are two ways to do your drawing. And this is important, guys, because this can get confusing, especially when you're using Revit. Now, on the surface, I guess you already know this, some of you, but it doesn't necessarily matter which template you choose. If you choose the metric template, you can always switch over your units to Imperial at any time. As a matter of fact, if you're in Revit, so I'm in Revit now, and if I am in the project modeling project mode, come on, Revit. Oh. Come on, Revit. Yeah. Cramping my style, man. Yeah, every time you click out of Revit and you click back in, it has to do this thing. I don't know if you might notice there's a little delay just because of how Revit works. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, definitely. I wonder if it's Zoom. I think it's Zoom that's causing this. Why are you doing this? I think it's this mouse thing that's causing Revit to do madness. It's where did I turn this thing on now? The other. Oh, it's not Revit. It's my Tortoise, I think. But I don't know what I turned on. I turned on a feature that shows the mouse, but it's affecting Revit. Let me see. Aha. No, this isn't it. Ah, I found it. Okay, it's gone. All right. All right, let's see. All right. Yes. Good. I'm back now. Right. So if I draw a line here in Revit, right now I'm in meters, but I could write 10 feet and press enter, and it would give me, it would give me the equivalent in meters, right? Which is about 3,000 millimeters. Or I could draw, oh my goodness. Come on. Oh. Okay, let's use 2003 because I don't know what's up with that one. We're going to go to new and we're going to use the metric construction. I don't know what's up with 2024, man. It's being stupid. Maybe it's just my computer overall. Maybe I need to reboot. Hold on, let me stop the share. Just gonna kill everything. Just kill all the programs because it's everything is fighting. Maybe I just have too much stuff open. Okay. Okay. What else do I need to close? Okay, hopefully I've closed everything. Are you guys seeing my screen, by the way? Guys, are you there?
Yes, sir. We're seeing it.
So we're here. We're seeing.
Okay. I'm gonna choose. What do we choose again? Default metric? That was it? Yeah. Open. Open. All right. Now we seem to be moving a little better. I don't know what was causing that. Let's put this over here. All right. So, as I was saying, let me make this look a little bit. Yeah, if I go to the model line tool and I draw a line here, I'm in metric, but I could also write 0.5. I think I can even write miles. No, I can't write miles, but I can write M for meters. I can put the quotation for feet, or I could write MM for millimeters, and Revit will just convert it for me, right? So for example, if I said I'm going to make this 10 feet, this is 10 feet. And if I have the dimension here, it's going to give me that dimension in metric. Now, here's the part that is important, guys. When I go to draw a wall, right? And I'm going to throw this question out to Spooner. Are you here, Spooner?
Yes, sir.
Right. If you are drawing something, maybe a plan, a floor plan, and I said to you, Spooner, hey, Spooner, what's the thickness of those walls that you have in your design? How would you describe the thickness to me? In what units?
Millimeters.
So you would say, how would you describe the wall?
About 200 millimeters.
Okay, that's interesting. Where's my people list here? So Spooner says 300 millimeters, right? Who I don't talk to from morning? Zachary. Are you here, Zachary?
Present.
Right. So the same question to you. If you had a drawing there in front of you and I said, Zachary, what are the thickness of those walls? How would you describe it to me?
So in metric as well, millimeters. But
So-
centimeters.
Right. So you would say what? Give me an example.
No, I personally, for some reason, weirdly not prepared to use centimeters. So I would say like 20 centimeters.
Oh, that's even more interesting. Okay. So Spooner says that Zachary says 20 centimeters. So you would say like 20 centimeters. Oh, that's so interesting.
I don't know why I said, but it's just easier for me to convert. So I know like 0.2
No.
meters is 8 inches and it just works.
Yeah. That's actually makes your 3D modeling life a little easier, but I'll talk to you about that later. All right, what about Sean?
Sir, I'd say there would be 200 millimeters.
Right, so you would do the same. You would say about 200 millimeters. Got you. Is there anybody here that still does it in feet?
Yes, sir. I'd use inches.
So you would say what?
Like a 6-inch wall.
So you'd say like a 6-inch wall. All right. Now, so this is, and I'm gonna label these as, you know, how would you describe wall thickness? No, I would say, in terms of units. So 36, so to make these smaller. Right. I want to leave this here because I want us to, I think this can be a little bit confusing, and we need to cover this at the beginning, because now you're going to start your model today. You're going to start the file that you're going to be using for the next couple months. So this part is important. All right, now let me tell you a funny thing. For those of you that are in metric and you describe a wall in metric, if I go to my wall tool here and I choose, I'm going to choose a wall here, and oh look, here is a 200 generic 200 millimeter wall. There we go. And if I take the dimensions of this, it's 200 millimeters. Everybody with me so far? Now, if I'm an imperial person, and let's say that I'm going to use this very same file. So I'm going to go to, you don't have to follow me now, but I'm going to go to, where am I going? I'm going to go to, oh dear Lord, wall. I'm going blank for a little while there. Right. I'm going to go to the wall tool here. And what I want to do is I want to go to edit type. And this is telling me, so these are all the built-in walls I have. See, 300, some people said 200. So this should be very familiar to you for those who use metric. It's going to be describing it like this, right? Now, if I the best way to show this is, okay, I'm going to start a new project. And this time I'm going to choose default imperial. I'm in the imperial category. So this should be default imperial, I believe. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to draw a wall. And look, this is how Revit tells me the wall. 8-inch, 12-inch, and all of that. So I'm going to grab an 8-inch wall. And I'm going to draw that wall in. And I'm going to measure this wall. All right. Let me turn off wall thickness. All right. Now, what do you notice here? Anybody? What measurement is this, guys?
inches.
Exactly. But this is a 8-inch generic wall. Why is it not showing me 8-inch? Anybody? All right.
So because some would have been lost in conversion.
Well, I'm gonna leave this here. I'm gonna go to edit type. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a alternate unit. This is where I can display. Oh, don't crash on me. Oh, crap. Oh. Okay, I'm still here. You guys are still seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, good. All right. Right. So whatever was I was going to go to edit type. Yep. And I'm going to turn on alternate units. This is where I can see 2 units at once. And I'm going to make my alternate units millimeters. So what I want to get at is that so it's 194 millimeters. So if you are in a metric environment, if you choose to start from metric and you envision things in metric, so a wall is 200 millimeters, you're going to get a 200 millimeter wall. If you start your project in imperial and a wall is 8 inches, 8 inches is not 200 millimeters, it's 203. So when I copy this wall here and I paste it into this project here, here we go. And then I measure this. So you see, this is really under the hood. Revit is really saying this wall is 200 millimeters because it is really 7 7/8 of an inch. However, if I draw a wall in the imperial, and this, I have to go in and edit this because this isn't, yeah, this is not a 8. It just labeled it 8-inch wall. It's not really 8 inches. I'm going to make it 8 inches now, right? So this is a 8-inch wall. If I measure it, it's going to say 8 inches, but 8 inches is 203 millimeters. So when I copy this in this project here, and I measure this, it's going to say 203. Both of us are referring to the same wall. We're saying, oh, it's about an 8-inch wall. Oh, it's about a 200 millimeter wall. But really and truly, they have 2 different dimensions. Now, the reason I say this is that when we're drawing the project, the measurements that you're going to be using, the way that it was drawn is it was drawn in imperial and converted to metric, which is very different from drawing directly in metric. For those of you, when you draw in metric, 200 is 200. So for example, whenever I draw a dimension, I don't know if you've ever seen those dimensions where this is supposed to be a 200 millimeter wall, but it's really 203. That means that this wall was really drawn in imperial. The original drawing, the original template, the way that the person thinks when they were drawing was in imperial. That's why you don't get 200 here. So the moral of the story is, if you think in imperial but you draw in metric, you're going to have a rough time, because when you say 2 inches, you have to know that it's not really 25 millimeters. When you say 6 inches, it's not really 150 millimeters. But if you draw in metric and you think in metric, you'll have no problem. If you draw in imperial and you think in imperial, you'll have no problem. The problem is that most of us have two different modes of thinking depending on what you're working on. So we most of us probably draw in metric, which is good. It's more accurate. You draw in metric. But then when you go into your, so let me give you a good example of this. This is my metric scene here. And it's no problem when you're inserting a wall. So when I go to the wall tool, this looks familiar to you guys because, come on, wall, right? Because 300 millimeters, you know what that is. But there are some things that are better estimated in feet, like for example, the timber. So for example, when you now go to insert a to components, load family, here we go, and where am I? English, US. Yes, this should be metric. And let's say I'm going to get structural framing. Let me get piece of wood. Let me grab this lumber. All right. Do you guys recognize any of these measurements? Because what happens, so this is where lumber is measured in millimeters. And if you are a person that you envision dimensions in imperial, then when you go to load and it's metric, it's hard to know, oh, hold on, 38, what that work out to again, and then you do, you know, and so forth and so forth. So I'm telling you this so that you just recognize that we're going to be starting in metric. If you choose a metric template, everything is going to be metric. Not only the wall sizes, but any families that you choose to import, it's going to tell you what the metric dimensions are. Any sheets that you choose, whenever you create a sheet, you can say, oh, it's a 24 by 36. No, you're going to see the metric for that. So you're going to see it's 400 and something by 600 and something. You're going to see metric all the way, which is not really an issue, but it's just something that you should know. That's there. All right, guys, did you understand that? I don't know if it was a bit confusing, but everybody understood that explanation?
Yes, sir, we'll follow.
All right, great. All right, let's continue. So you guys are going to select a metric template. Then you choose your location, which I'm hoping most of you did. Don't worry. Even if you didn't do that, we can always track back again in the video, right? Then we are gonna now start to draw our drawing. So we should be in metric. So everything should be, I hope, fine. So let's continue. Position that you see here, and it also has these arrows are really views. Now we might know what most of these things are because we have used Revit before, right? So this is your project center that is right here. So this is an important point here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to massing and site, and then we see where we have the property lines. Now when you click the property lines button, you will notice you will get a message that says, do you want to draw the property lines by entering distances and bearings, or do you want to do it by sketching? So let me reiterate. The process that we're going to use is going to be actually both, but it is important that the first thing we do is enter the values by entering the bearings first, right? And again, we don't want to use sketching and try and sketch from a image, because it will not be 100% accurate. All right, so we're going to use enter by distances and bearings. We're going to get this table here, and essentially what we want to do is insert these values in this table, right? And these values will give us the exact accurate positioning that is actually based on the surveyor, the survey that would have taken place on the site, and is data coming directly from the surveying instruments, right? So you're just translating that digital data, keeping it 100% precise to what the instruments recorded. All right, so this is just a direct translation. So so we have distance, that's going to be 39.33. Remember, we changed our units to metric, so we should be on the same page. Okay, that is all right, guys. So what we're going to be doing now, we're just going to be inserting these dimensions in this table here. All right, and that's basically what we're going to do here. So the next one is the length is going to be 35.1. The bearing is 50, and it's going southeast. There we go. And next we're going to go to 10.36. The bearing is southwest, and the angle is 40. We're going to go again. Okay, then we're going to go to the next one, which is 18.65 with a bearing of 0, going south, southwest. Next we go to 22.83 with a bearing of north, a bearing of 90 degrees. There we go. We got 2 decimal points in there. Right, going northwest at 90, and 29.60 going northwest and bearing of 50. All right, and we are back to the beginning where we started from. So all right, and with that we're going to click OK, and you will see that it gives us our site here, and this site is actually accurate according to bearings and distances. Now we can put this anywhere, so we're just gonna drop it right there. These points here, these views, they can be moved, so we don't have to worry about them just yet. Okay, so now we have that done. Now the next thing we actually need to...
1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the building footprint never really come out. I can go back 10 seconds, please. You can see the measurements.
All right, remember that you have this diagram. You have access to this diagram. It's on the website. All right, so you can just head over to the website here. There we go. And just open. Make sure you get the northeast, southeast. Make sure you get those tables right. All right, let's continue. Do is we are gonna trace this line here using the model line tool. All right, now Revit used to have a bug, and let me see if it still has that bug. If it still has the bug, then we have to do things another way. Oh yeah, still has the bug. Oh Lord, I don't believe this. This is 2024 and it still has this bug. Now you might wonder, why are we gonna be tracing this line? And this really has to do with I guess you could call it maybe a glitch with Revit. We are gonna now go into how we set up our project north and true north. And what happened is that when you start to make those settings, they start to mess around with the bearings that we have placed for our points here. So in order to circumvent that issue, what we do, let's go over to model line. We're just going to trace this with the model line, and we're just going to use the pick lines feature. There we go. So now we have a model line version. Now, for now, we can get rid of the property line version. We are going to come back to it, but to allow us to set up our project north with ease, it's going to be incompatible with the property lines feature. So, all right, guys. So when you should have a shape like this, and then you're going to turn it. You're going to just trace it with a model line. What's the issue you have?
So I did the bearings, and then when I placed it on the the space, it disappeared.
Did you go to another level? No, any level you go, you should always see property lines. You sure you didn't delete it?
Never mind. I went on site and I just saw it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Right. So you're going to trace this with a model line. We're going to get rid of that, but we don't have to worry because this is pretty accurate, the model line, because we use the exact points that we got from the bearings. All right. However, we were unable to use the bearings feature with the model line. So that's why we had to start it off using using the property lines feature, which would allow us to generate the shape from bearings. Now, what we're going to do next, we're actually going to put this this site into our model, and to place this image on our site, we're going to use the insert feature. So we're going to go to insert image. So guys, you guys need to go ahead and download this image to your computer. Right? And when you download it, you're going to go to the insert image feature so that you can grab it. All right, and it's going to ask us to place the image. So there we go. Now we have our image on our site, and what we're going to do is, just for reference purposes, we are going to scale this image to match this property line that we have here, because we know that this property line is pretty much accurate, right? Because we generated it from bearings. Now, if the image doesn't quite line up, then that's okay, because we're only using the image as a reference. But all our dimensions and line work is going to come from the actual property line that we just drew. So we don't have to worry about any inaccuracies that we might have. All right. Now I'm just going to scale this. I can just scale it manually, actually, because it's pretty close. One way that you can scale it, for example, rather than trying to guesstimate, you know, do I need to make this the image bigger or smaller, I can just move it to maybe one corner. So if you can kind of see here, I'm moving the image to one corner there. There we go. And what I'll do is just use the scale tool, and I will say from this point to this point should be as long as really this point. There you go. And that will get us roundabout scale. Now, as I said, don't worry if it doesn't line up exactly. It doesn't really matter, because we are going to be using the actual line work instead of the site image. The site image is just going to be there to give us some references. So, you know, we can insert things like context buildings and all of that, which doesn't have to be have pinpoint accuracy. All right. So now, what we're going to do, let's move these points. I'm just going to drag it in the square. And we're going to talk about these later. These will actually generate our elevations, but we're going to move these out of the way here. All right. Now, if you will notice that most of the lines that we're going to be drawing of our building here are going to be at an angle. So for example, if I wanted to draw a line this way, and let's say I went to my wall tool, notice that everything is going to now have to be at an angle, and it's just a bit harder to work like that. It would be much easier to work and design if my footprint were aligned to the X and Y axis. And this is why Revit has a feature called True North and Project North. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, was it the black line that should line up, or is it the red outline?
Right. So the black line in the image
should line up with the green.
Right.
That we drew. Okay.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Now, in this site plan view that I'm in now, this is set to the true north, meaning north is actually up and our building in comparison to the compass is actually at an angle in real life. So real life is equal to true north. Now, for the purpose of our project, what we want to do is have a project north that will angle our building in the best possible way to make it easier to draw lines and design, right? But we want to establish what is true north definitely first, so that when we generate our solar study, it will be accurate based on where the north is. So in order to set that up from this view here now, notice that where you see orientation on your left, and this is, ensure you don't have anything selected, because if you remember, when you click on a line or an object, Revit will show you the properties for that selected object, right? So we want to click on the actual workspace, and it will show us the properties for that workspace or that floor plan. Now, if we look on the orientation, we will see where we have true north, where we have project north, and we can change that to true north. Now, when you do that, nothing will happen, because by default, Revit's true north and project north are the same. But obviously, we don't want that. Our true north is this, but we want our project north, which is we want to angle the building to a way that makes it easier to draw. We want that to be different. Now, to make that work, what we're going to do is we're going to be using the Manage tab, and we're going to be using the Position tab here. Now, in the Position tab, we see where we can rotate our true north. Now, we don't want to rotate our true north because our true north is currently correct, meaning north is up, and this is how the building is oriented. However, let's go to our project north now. Choose apply, and in our project north, we want that now to be at an angle. So we're going to go over to position, and we're going to go to this option that says rotate project north, right? All right, so when we click on that, we're going to get this message, and what this is saying is, do you want to rotate your entire drawing 90-degree clockwise, or do you want to rotate it and align it to a selected line? Now, the reason they put this option here is, if you think about it, if I selected this line here as the line to rotate our entire drawing, now the entire drawing will be rotated to allow this line to be flat. So now this line would then become that line, and then all the other lines will be based off of that. So now my drawing would be rotated that way because I based it off this drawing. Now Revit will decide whether it should turn it horizontal or vertical, but whichever way it turns it, it is gonna make it flat. So let's test that out actually. So we are going to choose the option to align to a selected line, and we're going to pick a line. Now we can really pick any line, or at least any one of these perpendicular lines here. So I'm going to pick that one. Now notice what Revit did. It rotated our drawing where these lines are perfectly flat, which makes it easier to do our drawing here. Now, usually for architectural drawings, we might want the entrance of the building to be pointed down on the sheet, you know, and also for the purpose of later setting up our sheet and trying to fit multiple drawings on a sheet, we want to turn our true north. Yeah, go ahead.
So you can just go back a little bit.
Tell me what you want to know.
I missed the part where it was rotated.
Right. So basically what we want to do is you would go to position. So under manage, you go to position and you would go to rotate project north. And then when you get the message, you're going to choose align. You're going to choose align selected line. So you're going to choose this, and that will allow you to pick a line to rotate the model, and then it will be rotated. Now, when we're drawing lines, we can always switch to project north. Yes, you can use any line. I use this one here, the back one, so that, you know, if you want to do that, so it can be the same. And that will make our lines easier to draw because everything is in straight lines. Right? All right. Now, let's go back to true north. All right. Now, what we're going to do now is actually convert these model line back into our property line, right? Now, remember, we already drew the property line, but the reason we changed it to a model line was because Rivet doesn't play nicely when you try to create a project north and a true north. To create a project north from a true north using property lines. They because of the bearings, they get let's just say confused. But when we do that with a model line, it's no problem. So what we'll do now is just go to our massing and site, and we'll go to a property line. And what we'll do now, we can just create a property line and create it by sketch, because we have these lines were originally generated from the first property line. So we're going to create by sketch. Okay. What? So now create by sketch. Oh, okay. So now now we're going okay. I think into okay. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to angle this that way. And then I'm going to actually open my massing model file. Wait, we're not here yet. I don't know what happened a while ago. I think I accidentally clicked something or something. So what we're going to do is we're going to create back that property line. Try to create a project north and a true north. To create a project north from a true north using property lines. They because of the bearings, they get let's just say confused. But when we do that with a model line, it's no problem. So what we'll do now is just go to our massing and site, and we'll go to a property line. And what we'll do now, we can just create a property line and create it by sketch, because we have these lines were originally generated from the first property line. So we're going to create by sketch, and we're just going to pick line and pick back these lines here and choose OK. And now we have back our property line. So we can actually, I'll just use tab here, and I'll just tab into the model line, or what I can do is let's tab into our model line, and I will just delete those model lines. Right. So if you just to summarize what we did, guys, we created the property lines using the bearings from the surveyor drawing, which gave us a very accurate property. But we're not able to create a true north and project north with those property lines. For some reason, Revit just has an issue. When you create a project north, it doesn't rotate the property if you use a property line in the way that we use it. So what we had to do was to trace the property line and then create a project north and then create back the property line using that trace line. It's a little annoying, but yeah, Revit doesn't rotate property lines whenever you do the true north or project north, when you do it from a surveyor's drawing. I don't know why. Maybe it's a thing. I tested it in 2024 and that still exists. So yeah, so that's why we had to do it this way. But at the end of the day, you should have this thing where you can rotate your model easily to know, so because when you're doing a site plan, you want your model to be aligned to north, but when you're drawing, you want it to be straight. So this is how you do that. Drawback or property line, and the reason is the property line has certain features that a model line doesn't have. So you want to keep your property line as an actual property line, but in our case we had to use the model line so that we could use the true north and project north feature. So now if we go to project north, you can see our property line rotates no problem. However, if you were trying to do that using the original, and we're going right on my site level, when I insert this massing model, ideally anything that I insert in this drawing, I would want to do that while I'm in the project north, because you know, as you can see, the project north allows your drawings to be aligned to the X and Y axis more efficiently. So if I carried in a rectilinear object, it will already be aligned to the building rather than using the true north, and everything I import into this drawing, I would then have to rotate it 40 or 50 degrees, right? So that is a nifty feature. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to angle this that way, and then I'm going to actually open my massing model file.
Sir, where you change it on project now?
It's in your, make sure you're clicking on the page. Make sure you're clicking in a blank area and not on an object. And it should be in your properties menu. All right. All right. So, yeah, that's right. All right. So now is when we're going to put the two together. We created a massing model and then we started our project. So now we're going to put the massing model inside our project. So this is theoretically how you would start a project in Revit. You start from the massing model, and then when you finish the massing model, you start your actual project, and your actual project needs to exist somewhere. It has to exist on a location on Earth. It has to have a property, blah blah blah. Then you put your massing on in your property, and then you can start creating your project. Okay, so that's our massing model. So I have my massing model and I have my site, right? Now, let's also keep in mind that my massing model is actually a Revit family file, right? Now, if you remember from our Revit presentation, the Revit project modeling environment is a RVT file, and the family modeling environment is a RFA file. So this model that I have here is actually saved as a family file. Now, as we also remember that family files go into project files. So in order to load that into our site file here, you're going to go to the family file, and notice these buttons up here where it says load into project, and then it says load into project and close, right? Which it just means it's going to close the file after it loads it into project. So I'm going to choose load into project and close, and it's going to load it into the only project that's open. Now right away you're going to get this message to say that Revit has enabled a show mass mode, so the newly created mass will be visible. And this is linking back to what I said earlier, that the conceptual mass modeling is really a kind of shadow object that you're supposed to use to help to generate your actual model, right? It's not your actual model. It's just assisting. And which is exactly, when you think about it, that is what a massing model is. A massing model is not your actual project, but it just helps you to know how the proportions of your model will look like. And in most cases, it very well ends up looking much different from the initial massing model, right? So we're going to choose close. Then this is going to ask us to place the model. Now we can place it anywhere. I'm just going to drop it out here, and notice when we place the model, I'm going to press escape now. When we press the model, when we load the model, you can see that it is loaded perpendicular to our site, because remember we had it in Project North. So let's go back to our site view here, and we can see the massing model that is here actually. And what we're going to do is just move it into place. Now you can see that, oh, this actually needs to be rotated according to the site. So we're going to use our rotate tool and rotate that 90 degrees, which is no problem. Now in our case, we are pretending that our actual model would be generated from this massing model. Think about the architectural process. You don't have your building yet or know what it looks like, but what you create is this massing model, and from this massing model you're going to design your final project. Now of course the M+ pavilion is already built, but let's use our imaginations for a bit. In the design process of creating this pavilion, the original designers might have created a massing model, and from that massing model the design eventually warped into what we have now. So if we didn't know what the final design looked like, this massing model is definitely leading us in that direction. Alright, now if we look at our model in 3D, I'm going to click this 3D icon here, which will generate a 3D view. That is what our massing model looks like. And notice that if I change my view to shaded, let's say, notice that the massing model is kind of a ghosted object. It's not an actual 3D object that exists in our scene. And if you really remember that message that we got at the beginning when we imported the model, it said it's going to enable the show mass from floors. It's going to enable us the ability to see masses in our project. Now the idea is that these types of models are not going to be produced. They're not going to be, for example, put on a sheet or directly used, but instead they're used to guide what the final design will look like. So because of this feature, think of it like tracing paper. The massing model is like a 3D tracing paper that you use to guide your actual model. That's kind of how it is. Floors that we will later turn into our final project, or maybe we will just do our own walls and floors. So before we can generate a solar study, we have to convert this massing model into an actual model. Now, to do that, what we're actually going to do is we are going to select our massing model here. And then when we go to modify, notice you see this feature where it says mass floors. And what it's going to do is give our massing model the ability to have floors. And these floors will be based on the floor levels that we had created when we were creating the massing model. Now, the reason you want to do this mass floors is because it will allow those floors to be converted to actual geometry floors. Because remember, this is a ghost object. It doesn't really exist. The geometry in this doesn't really exist. It's just like a shadow figure that is just guiding us to create actual geometry. So we're going to use them, show the mass floors, and we're going to tick those and choose OK. Now you can see where it has generated these purple shadowy figures, which really represent where the floor levels will be in our massing model. Now there aren't actual floors just yet, and the walls aren't walls just yet, and the roofs aren't roofs just yet. They are still a kind of shadow guide to our actual model. Now we're going to go back over to massing, and we are going to now create a floor by mass. So we're going to click that now, and notice that we are now able to select these floors. Before we didn't have these floors, but these floors are actually generated based on the levels that we have. So I'm going to click this floor here and that floor there, and now these floors, now I'm going to choose create floor, and now this is actual geometry in our project, right? Now it doesn't mean that this is what the floor levels will actually look like. It will actually look like this. It may change, it may not. And next, what we want to do is we want to turn these walls into, we want to get walls from our mass. So we're going to choose the wall feature here, and what that will allow us to do is to select actual faces, and when you click these faces, they will actually change to walls. Now in my case, I made the mistake to have double walls, and this is why when you're using the conceptual mass mode, you don't have to worry about the thickness of walls, because these will eventually be converted to walls anyway. So there we go. All right. Oops, there's another one here, and let's put another one here. And then lastly, we can go to roofs, and we'll put a roof there. Right. So just to remind you, when you have the mass in your project, as I say, it's kind of like tracing paper. It doesn't exist. You basically go to massing on site. Let me show you here. Right, you go to massing on site, and then you say place walls here, and then what it place wall by face, and what it does, it allows you to select a face on your massing model and turn it into a wall. That is how it actually exists. Like when you insert a massing model in your project and you render it, or you put it on a sheet, you won't see anything, because a massing model is not meant to be actual geometry in your model. It's just a shadow guide. And then you have to turn those faces into walls. You have to turn those faces into floors, and that's how they become visible in your project. So that is what I did. I went to massing on site and I chose wall, and then I click on the faces that I want to turn into a wall. All right.
Yes, sir.
There. All right. So now that we have actually, we need to choose the create roof feature. And now we have actually created geometry that will be used in our model. Now, if I go back to massing and floor, I can click this object here and notice that that shadowy figure is now gone. because we have generated from that shadowy figure actual geometry. Now, in some cases, as I said, this will eventually turn into your final model. However, in our case, we are going to use it to generate a solar study. This may not necessarily be our final model, but it allows us to study the model. Now, to generate the solar study, what we need to do is first enable our shadows. Then we need to enable the sun path. We're going to use the specified project location, time, and date. And next, we are going to go back into our sun settings. Now, remember, we don't have to worry about orientation or anything like that because A, we set up our project location already. It knows we are in Tokyo. Then next, we set up our true north and project north, so it knows how the building is oriented in reality versus on my drawing sheet. And we're going to choose a single day, and also we're going to say from sunrise to sunset. All right, and we can choose whether we want to do summer or what. Let's do summer. There we go, sunrise to sunset. And the interval will be every hour. All right, so with that said, you can see it generated a sun path for us from sunrise to sunset, and we can see what every hour will be like. All right, now to generate our solar study, we're going to go to export, and then, by the way, guys, when you look on this model, here we go. Oh man, I don't have it here. Right. When you look on this model, these paths that you see along here, these represent every hour. So I can click on the sun and move it. And this is what the sun looks like at 2 o'clock on my model. I can do things like say, oh, okay, now I see how low does the sun have to be for me to start getting light inside here, right? And you can move it around fully. So you can say, oh, at 8 a.m., oops, at 10 a.m., that is when I will start to get shadows like this. So at every stage of the game, every stage of the day, you can see what how your building is affected by the angle of the sun. And remember, this is based on your location, based on setting up your project north, and all of these. In this case, we did this using a massing model. But as you imagine, if you had your fully completed BIM model, you could also generate this as well. Just make sure that you choose your project location and you also align your project to the true north, which is chances are different from project north. We're going to go to images and animations and go to solar study. And then we're going to generate all frames. That means all the different steps. We're going to include a timestamp. And then we're going to choose OK here. He's going to ask us to name our file. So we're going to call this solar study. What we want to do is where it says uncompress, we want to maybe compress it. So we're going to choose the Microsoft One video compressor. And we're going to choose OK. And there we go. That indeed did give us a very small file size, and that is what our solar study will look like. All right, so when you look at your folder, right, so when you look at your folder, depending on what you output as, so I saved it as an AVI file, but if you saved it as a JPEG, then that means that you have these images that shows you what it looks like. Here we go. June 21 at 8:41 p.m. June 2010. Sorry, I mean June 21. All of the dates are the same day, but different times a day. So I'm just stepping through the different pictures that it generated. And this is where you can, if climate and sun angle is important to describe in your building, this is where you can include these images on your sheet so that when you present, I'll show you an example here. Right, so when you have your presentation sheet, you can have a solar study that shows your building at different times per day. So this is what it looks like at 9 a.m., 12 a.m. And then, you can start to answer questions about where you had shading devices and all of that. And that forms a part of your presentation layout on your sheet. All right, guys. So that is going to do it for our class today. We kind of end up having a big class. We did have some technical challenges at the beginning. We're going to have to resolve those networking issues. So we'll dedicate another hour again to get it set up. For now, all you guys need to get done is when you create the solar study, I want you guys, this is going to form one of your activities. Where is it? Where did you go? Right, here we go. So target 1, remember this goes towards your participation grade. So this is where you're going to submit your solar study. Make sure you save it. Right? And more importantly, guys, this is how you conceptualize in a BIM environment. Remember where we're coming from? No, where is it? Not this one. Right. Remember we spoke about the architectural design process. Usually, whenever you create your design, you conceptualize it, you work out the form and the basic shapes, and this is how you can use Revit to conceptualize your design. Now, next week when you come back to class, we're going to start building the actual model. So now we've come out of imagination phase. So what we did today was kind of imagine that we were designing the M+ museum pavilion. How would we start? We started from a sketch. We turned that sketch into a massing model. And then we turned the massing model into walls and floors and all of that stuff. Now, come next week, we're going to now start to create the actual building using the dimensions that we have, right? And we're going to, hopefully we'll use some of the lessons that we learned, because we're going to do everything in Revit, and we're going to produce sheets from it over the next couple of weeks. All right, guys. Has there been any update on your study tour? Any confirmation on your date you'll be traveling?
Sir, the updated date is the 7th to the 21st.
The 7th to the 21st? Got you.
Yeah, that's the last updated date we got.
All right, cool. I'll add that into my schedule, right? Every time we come to class, we're going to be checking on this schedule because that is how we keep everything nice and tight and finish by week 10 and 11. So, so today we spoke about, we set up Revit, and we learned about conceptual mass. And next week we are going to, and the good thing is that we are a little ahead. You should have your solar study handy. That's going to be on, where's the date here? Am I not seeing the date? What date is this? I'm gonna have to check my schedule. This is actually because this is, yeah, why are the dates not showing? I need to, forgive me guys, let me check my thing here. Let's see. Anyway, the next thing we're gonna do, we are gonna set up the project, the actual project. No. And for those of you who already know Revit, we're going to be trying to go in accordance with this listing here, right? So we kind of started from here, and we learned about geolocation, project north true north. We learned how to set up a project. So we're going to go into levels, walls, and columns. So we're actually going to start building our project. And this is the order by which we're going to go through this, right? So just in case you want to kind of move ahead, because you know some of this stuff already, I want us to do it in this order. That's important, all right? And that is here. Everything that we're going to use is on the mirror board. So all of the drawing sheets are here as well. All right. And yeah, when we come next week, then we will look back on the networking thing and try and get that up and running. But that's it for class today, guys.
All right, sir. Well, before you finish and close the mail, could I show one more time where you saved the solar study as the AV1 file?
Oh, right. So we went to you went to file, and then you went to export and export images and animations. Make sure that you are on in the 3D page, and then you're going to export solar study. Here we go. And it's automatic. It's going to say all frames, which is all of the steps, the 1 hour steps. This is the resolution, and that's it. You just click OK. It's going to ask you, where do you want to save this file and what file format? So if you choose AVI, it's going to save it as a video. But if you choose JPEG, it's going to save them as individual images. And that's where you place these images on your sheet or in Photoshop or wherever you're doing your presentation.
All right, sir. Thanks.
All right, guys. All right, so this means that you don't come for class later because we have done all the time already. So you are free. You have done your BIM quota for the week, right? So this recording should be up by the end of the day. For those of you who didn't get a chance to finish, I want you to finish that up. Hand in your solar study check target point by, I think it's Sunday, right? And you should snag that 2% that is there. All right. All right, guys. I will see you next week.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Bye.